Chapter 7:12. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a large amount of celestial ascension fruit. He calmly looked at the thunder beast, which was trapped by the tentacles. The thunder beast was struggling but didn't dare to roar. He waved his right hand and the celestial ascension fruits shattered and turned into juice. After being burned by his origin soul, the juice turned into a red mist. Wang Lin took a step forward and arrived at where the thunder beast was trapped. He raised his right hand and mercilessly smashed down. With a crisp popping sound, the red mist quickly fell down and surrounded the thunder beast. The tentacles wrapped around its body immediately loosened, and the color of the tentacles gradually turned bright red. Taking advantage of the moment the tentacles loosened up, the thunder beast's body shrunk until it turned back into the god-slaying war chariot. Then it charged out. Wang Lin's left hand reached out and put the god-slaying war chariot into his bag of holding. It was obvious that the thunder beast was afraid. It originally didn't want to return to the bag of holding, but now it compromised. After putting away the thunder beast, Wang Lin moved by himself. Every time he moved, he would use the red mist to loosen the tentacles. Then he would land on the ground and place the celestial ascension fruit juice and his own imprint into the roots of the tentacles. The cycle repeated itself. Luckily, he had a huge amount of celestial ascension fruits in his storage bag, which far exceeded what he needed before. Otherwise, he would have used them up a long time ago. Even so, the celestial ascension fruits were still not enough. Wang Lin was very careful. After a few days, he finally placed the celestial ascension fruit juice on most of the tentacles on planet Yunxia. Most of Wang Yu's tentacles have been infused with the celestial ascension fruit juice. All I need to do is think about it and the imprint on them will collapse. Unfortunately, I don't have any more celestial ascension fruit. If I had more, it would be even more perfect. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and gave up on the idea of leaving to search for more celestial ascension fruit. This place was too strange. Wang Lin was worried that the next time he came here, there would be more changes. Once this Wang Yu truly awakens, then the plan of using the celestial ascension fruit to anesthetize her would all go down the drain. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. After he landed on the ground, he sank into the ground. There was even more sticky liquid in the soil. Celestial spiritual energy circulated in his body to push it away. Without pausing, Wang Lin cautiously headed towards the huge metal vein deep underground. However, before long, Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he carefully looked around. In the surrounding soil, Wang Lin discovered that there were subtle fluctuations of immortal power. These fluctuations were solidified in the mucus of the soil and were faintly discernible. Wang Lin clearly remembered that the last time he came here, the sticky liquid was completely turbid and didn't have any celestial power. It looks like someone must have entered the Moongazer serpent in the past 100 years and used a great spell. That's why celestial spiritual energy exists in the Moongazer serpent's body and allowed the Moongazer serpent to go from the second form to the third form. As Wang Lin pondered, he slowly sank. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the location of the entire metal vein, which was Wang Yu's bone. Flames flickered and lit up the dark underground. Looking at Wang Yu's bone, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the reason he came here. Placing his right hand on Wang Yu's bone, Wang Lin was about to absorb it, but he immediately stopped and began to ponder. To be able to make Wang Yu transition from the second state means the person's cultivation is shocking. If this kind of person is dead, then it's fine, but if he's not dead and is hiding inside Wang Yu's body or is trapped, then when I absorb Wang Yu's bone and activate the imprint on the celestial ascension fruit, it's very likely that this person will be lured out. If that's the case, then there will be many variables. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand and pondered for a moment. Then he moved forward along Wang Yu's bone. He was going to carefully search this area to see if there were any other cultivators. When it was time for Wang Lin to be cautious, he was always very cautious. This was especially so when the matter was of great importance. If he was a bit careless, he would die, so Wang Lin couldn't help but be suspicious. Taking Wang Yu's bone from Wang Yu's body is one of the top 3 most dangerous things I've done in my life. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he became even more cautious. Back in the land of the ancient god, they relied on wit. In the Rain's celestial realm, they relied on caution. In the demon spirit land, they relied on decisiveness. He moved forward along Wang Yu's bone. After a long time, Wang Lin suddenly stopped. His eyes shined brightly as he stared at Wang Yu's bone before him. There was a large crack there, and there was a layer of dried mucus on the crack. It was obvious that it had been here for too long. This crack was very deep. It almost cut Wang Yu's bone in half. Wang Lin clearly remembered that there was no crack like this on Wang Yu's bone. He cautiously took a few steps forward. After taking a closer look, Wang Lin's eyes became serious. No wonder Wang Yu was forced to enter her third form. The pain from this kind of injury is enough to make Wang Yu angry. The person who injured Wang Yu obviously doesn't know Wang Yu, or else they wouldn't dare to do this. Wang Lin revealed a sneer as he moved around this place. However, he didn't go far before he stopped again. He looked back at the crack and felt like something was wrong. After pondering a bit, he returned to the side of the crack and looked at the dried mucus. After a long time, his eyes shined brightly and he waved his right hand at the dried mucus. Celestial spiritual energy immediately appeared like a celestial wind. The dried mucus immediately melted and dripped onto the ground, revealing the deep crack inside. There was a large rock in the depths of the crack. Due to the mucus, Wang Lin didn't see it clearly. Also, the rock had almost completely assimilated with Wang Yu's bone, so there was no difference between them. However, when Wang Lin left, he felt that the celestial spiritual energy here was much denser than other places, and the source of the celestial spiritual energy was that crack. Staring at the huge rock that had been assimilated by the metal vein formed by Wang Yu's bone, the light in Wang Lin's eyes dissipated and was replaced with a strange light. Greedy wolf. Wang Lin's face revealed a gloomy expression. Wang Lin had seen this rock before. It was the one he took from the greedy wolf in the demon spirit land. It was the treasure that the greedy wolf had used to extract the mountain's soul. They indeed caught up. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, he was no longer in a rush to extract Wang Yu's bone. I just don't know if all of them came, if only a few came, or if it was just the greedy wolf. Wang Lin stared at the mountain rock stuck in the Moongazer serpent's bone and rubbed his chin. He charged forward and arrived at the giant crack. The surrounding bone walls were uneven, and a large amount of metal ore gave off a faint glow. It looked very beautiful. The 7-star sword formation was sucked away by Wang Yu's tentacles, so I don't know where it went. However, I can't let this rock go. With the greedy wolf's identity and the greedy wolf's name, the treasures he has can't be ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. After carefully looking around, he arrived at the edge of the rock. The edge had already assimilated with Wang Yu's bone, so it was impossible to tell them apart. Some of the metal ore had already grown inside the rock. The assimilation is very thorough, so this is not easy to deal with. I can't use the power of the Celestial Ascension fruit right now. Wang Lin pondered a bit, then his 2 fingers formed a sword to test the hardness of the rock. This rock was very hard, and Wang Lin's finger, which was filled with celestial spiritual energy, didn't leave a mark on it. His eyes lit up and he used a sliver of Ling Tianho's sword energy on his finger. He didn't care about getting the whole rock, so he cut down 3 feet, bypassed the part that was assimilated, and waved at the edge. Without a sound, a crack appeared on the mountain rock and slowly spread into the depths. Finally, there was a light cracking sound and the edge of the mountain rock separated from the Moongazer serpent. The position Wang Lin chose was very clever. He completely avoided the part that was assimilated and didn't stimulate Wang Yu. After arriving at the other side, Wang Lin carefully looked for a bit and waved his finger again. This time he was even more careful because the assimilation on this side was much more serious than the other side. Wang Lin's 2 fingers slowly moved along the part that was assimilated. Just as he was about to completely dig out the rock, Wang Lin's finger suddenly stopped. A chill came from behind him, causing his scalp to go numb. He didn't even dare to spread out his divine sense. Under the pressure of this chill, he felt like someone pointing a sword between his eyebrows when he closed his eyes, causing him to feel a swelling pain. At this moment, that cold sensation was coming from his back. This feeling continued and became stronger and stronger. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand at the rock before him and grabbed it. Then he charged up and pointed at his back with his left hand. Stop spell. All of this happened in an instant without any hesitation. The moment Wang Lin moved, a muffled roar came from behind him. Grabbing the mountain rock, Wang Lin moved very fast. The moment he flew out, he put the mountain rock into his bag of holding and charged into the earth without looking back. He didn't hesitate to use the escape spell he learned from the old man in the demon spirit land. Behind him, a roar echoed. When he flew out, he spread out his divine sense, and was shocked to find that behind him was a small moongazer serpent that was more than 100 feet long. Most of its body was buried in the earth, and only the tip of its body was exposed. This little Wang Yu was surrounded by the stop spell, so it paused for a moment. This gave Wang Lin the best chance to escape. In an instant, Wang Lin disappeared and the little Wang Yu regained its ability to move. Its eyes were bloodshot as it looked around and let out a roar before disappearing back into the earth. In the distance, Wang Lin moved very quickly through the earth. The scene just now made him even more aware of the danger here. How many Wang Yus are there here? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. What terrified him the most was that Wang Yu's appearance was very strange. He hadn't noticed it at all. He hadn't encountered this kind of situation in a long time. That Wang Yu is also in its 3rd form. That damned greedy wolf, what did he do to cause such a change here? If it was just a mountain rock stuck in the bone of Wang Yu, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Wang Lin, who was escaping, suddenly stopped. He seemed to think of something and his expression became even more gloomy. Could it be? He regretted writing Wang Yu's chrysanthemum. It was a bad omen and caused his monthly votes to explode. Now, he wasn't even stable on the recommendation list. He was only 300 votes away from being removed from the list. As long as someone did something, the repulsive immortal would explode from 10th place to 16th place. Exploding 6 times in a row, it was bloody. Monthly votes, hold on for a few more days before exploding. Recuperate for a while. It's painful to be exploded consecutively. Recommendation votes, fellow Taoists, give your support last week to your ears, lest you get exploded 6 times in a row. That would be the most tragic thing in 2010. Chapter 713. In the inherited memories of ancient God 2C, there was a record of Wang Yu. In Wang Yu's body, there was an item called Moonlight Essence. This item was extremely poisonous, and apart from the ancient god's blood, nothing else could neutralize it. The value of this item was that after Wang Yu died, it would cause her entire body to be filled with poison. Then, it would form an inflated ball and self-destruct. Apart from the ancient gods, all living things in the surrounding star region would be wiped out. The larger Wang Yu's body was, the more powerful it would be. Therefore, in this world, there would be no remains of Wang Yu. This moonlight essence was also what Wang Yu cared about the most. If there was a threat to the moonlight essence, it would cause Wang Yu to fly into a rage and destroy all threats. I heard that the greedy wolf doesn't go to places without treasures. Could it be that this person treats this moonlight essence as a treasure? Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. In ancient God 2C's memories, it was impossible to remove the moonlight essence from Wang Yu's body. Once it was taken out, it would immediately self-destruct. If that's the case, the explosion of such a huge Wang Yu's moonlight essence would probably cover more than half of the Luo Tian northern region. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. Originally, if no one provoked this Wang Yu, even if tens of thousands of years passed, she would not die. She would only remain in her second form until she died naturally. However, that would take an infinite amount of time. Even if someone came with the power of Wang Yu, they would definitely not be able to remove the moonlight essence. They would only add another soul. If this greedy wolf is courting death, it has nothing to do with me. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He rushed forward and continued to search. Time passed slowly. Wang Lin had almost searched the entire body of Wang Yu, except for a few places that he couldn't enter. During this time, he didn't encounter any more Wang Yu. If I wasn't killed by Wang Yu, then I was swallowed. Whatever Wang Yu swallowed will gather at the place where she excretes and absorbs. I'll have to go take a look. Wang Lin flew at top speed toward the place where Wang Yu excretes and absorbs, as far as he could remember. Wang Yu's body had its own circulation, and its excretion didn't connect to the outside world. Instead, it would absorb it again, turning it into nutrients and returning to the body. Several days later, under Wang Lin's cautiousness, he reached the deepest part of Wang Yu's bone, where the creature excreted and absorbed. The soil here carried a fishy smell. Wang Lin frowned, but he didn't go deeper. He looked around and spread out his divine sense. However, just at this moment, a weak divine sense voice came from where Wang Yu excreted. Is there a fellow cultivator outside? Save me, whoever saves me will be greatly rewarded. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this divine sense voice. It was the greedy wolf. Fellow cultivator, save me. I have a lot of treasures here. They were collected by the old man for most of his life. If fellow cultivator saves me, I'll give all of them to you. In the place where Wang Yu excreted and absorbed, the greedy wolf's body was very thin. In order to resist the suction force of this place, a lot of his flesh, blood, and even celestial spiritual energy had dissipated. If it wasn't for the fact that he was relying on the furnace, he would have already turned into a stain. Back then, he felt that there was a great treasure on planet Yunxia. That kind of feeling was only felt when he took the mysterious furnace. Tempted, he entered this place. At that time, planet Yunxia was very quiet. He successfully entered the ground and charged toward the treasure. The treasure he was looking for was Wang Yu's moonlight essence. Along the way, he naturally saw the metal vein. After hesitating for a bit, he stabbed the mountain rock in. He was very greedy, so he was going to pry out the entire vein and then pry it out piece by piece. Unfortunately, this caused intense pain to Wang Yu, causing her to awaken. If it wasn't for the fact that he reacted quickly and took out the furnace, she would have already been killed. Startled, Greed found a place to hide for many years. It wasn't until the moongazer serpent calmed down that he reappeared. He no longer dared to have any thoughts about the mine and went straight to the treasure he sensed. At that time, he had already noticed the strangeness of this place and decided to take a look at the treasure. If he could take it, then he would take it. If he couldn't, then he would leave without hesitation. With his experience in treasure hunting, he successfully arrived at the place where Wang Yu stored the moonlight essence. With just one look, the greedy wolf sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes were filled with greed. He didn't know what the moonlight essence was, but he could clearly feel that it contained a destructive power. He believed that even Ling Tianho would be turned to ashes if he encountered this power. Due to his greed, the greedy wolf gave up on leaving immediately and prepared to take this item. However, the moment he touched the moonlight essence, the entire planet seemed to awaken and began to tremble violently. It was at this moment that the moongazer serpent began to enter its third form. Greed's body was only able to send a portion of his divine sense into the moongazer serpent before he was devoured by the giant mouth. When he reappeared, he was at this place of excretion. He had already analyzed the mysteries of this place. From his point of view, planet Yunxia was simply formed by a giant beast. In his panic, he gave up on the idea of taking the treasure and prepared to escape. However, he relied on the power of the furnace to change directions several times, but he was never able to escape. Every time he tried, he would be swallowed and thrown into this stinky place. Also, during the last time, the furnace was wrapped up by the tentacles. It was as if the spell had been absorbed and lost its effect. With the greedy wolf's intelligence, he naturally knew that this place was the excretion site of the giant beast. However, he didn't understand why the beast didn't kill him every time he escaped and instead threw him here. Right now, this was the first time in nearly 100 years that he had noticed someone outside. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. The greedy wolf's divine sense continued to spread. "Fellow cultivator, save me. The old man swears that I will reward you handsomely." From beginning to end, Wang Lin didn't say a word. He just turned around and left. Wang Lin knew that with his cultivation, it would be easy for him to enter this place of excretion and absorption for Wang Yu, but it would be impossible for him to leave. After confirming that the greedy wolf was locked up here, and that no one had come to rescue him, Wang Lin naturally deduced that the greedy wolf was the only one in the Alliance star system. After confirming this, Wang Lin didn't care anymore. At this moment, if he continued to argue with the greedy wolf, it wouldn't be Wang Lin's style. He turned around and left without any hesitation. He didn't covet the magical treasure Greed had mentioned. When it was time to take it, he would naturally take it. But now, when it wasn't time to take it, if he was greedy, then he would have wasted more than 900 years of cultivation. Back then, Wang Lin had decisively given up on this trip to planet Yunxia. He would come back after collecting the celestial ascension fruit. He moved like the wind through the dirt. After an unknown amount of time, he arrived at the place where he was stuck. He carefully observed for a long time to make sure that Wang Yu hadn't come to find him. Then Wang Lin sat down and let out a mouthful of foul air. He didn't move as he sat there, but the celestial guard puppet appeared behind him and carefully looked around. After experiencing the danger Wang Yu was in, Wang Lin didn't dare to be careless. His hands formed a seal, and the seal on the celestial ascension fruit juice at the roots of the tentacles collapsed at this moment. If one looked down from above, they could clearly see that the countless tentacles that stretched out from planet Yunxia all trembled at this moment. A bright red light shined from their roots. The juice of the celestial ascension fruit was released without the restriction of the imprint. If the celestial ascension fruit juice from one of its tentacles was absorbed by the moongazer serpent, it would be like a drop in the ocean to its huge body. It would be like a mosquito bite. It wouldn't hurt at all. If the absorption was different, it wouldn't be too powerful. The moongazer serpent's huge body naturally had the ability to remove the poison. However, at this moment, most of the moongazer serpent's tentacles absorbed the strange power of the celestial ascension fruit. As a result, it created a storm. The tentacles on planet Yunxia suddenly stopped swaying and began to tremble violently. The power of the celestial ascension fruit suddenly spread out. The mysterious power of the countless celestial ascension fruits entered Wang Yu's body like crazy through the tentacles. This was the meaning of 100 streams forming a river, 1,000 rivers forming a river, and 10,000 rivers forming an ocean. The mysterious power of the celestial ascension fruit seemed to form an ocean. It spread across planet Yunxia and entered Wang Yu's body. The earth shook violently, and an extremely excited aura surged out. At this moment, all the tentacles seemed to have lost their ability to attack, and they slowly swayed like drunkards. If Wang Lin's cultivation level wasn't high enough, or if he didn't have the experience of being controlled by the scattered devil to extract the soul of Planet Thousand Illusion, he would only feel the earth shake. He wouldn't be able to feel the excited aura coming from Wang Yu's soul so clearly. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he didn't hesitate to open his arms. He pressed them toward the two broken pieces of Wang Yu's bones, as if he was connecting them with his own body. Yellow River Dao Third Style, Power of the Yellow River. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light and the Yellow River appeared. Its source was where Wang Lin was. Furthermore, when his arms spread apart, it was like two yellow dragons were swallowing, crazily extending along the two moongazer serpent bones. It was extremely quick, like it was scraping the bone, sticking close to the moongazer serpent's bone, covering it like a blade. Wang Lin shouted, "Extract the bones!" A powerful suction force came from the underworld river like crazy. Wang Lin's third underworld river was something he had comprehended in the demon spirit land. It came from the tide abyss and contained the invisible force formed by the intersection of the two star systems. Its power increased as Wang Lin's Tao increased. At this moment, he used it with his late-stage ascendant cultivation. It caused planet Yunxia to tremble violently, and even the fog outside the planet was pushed back like crazy. Muffled roars that were filled with vicissitudes of life could be heard as the ground trembled. They slowly spread far and wide, depressed, very depressed. He opened the website, entered Foxconn, and submitted a job application. He requested a job on the 18th floor and above, near the window. After pressing confirm, his heart felt better. Chapter 714. On planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. His arms were filled with the power of the underworld river. At this moment, Wang Yu's bones seemed to move like they were alive. There was a burst of golden light and a violent tremble followed. This wasn't just one tremble, but the entire Wang Yu's bone. It was as if a large hand had grabbed the spine of a mortal and violently shook it, causing the entire spine to tremble. The current Wang Yu was like this. The entire planet Yunxia trembled violently at this moment. The place where Wang Lin was sitting was shaking even more violently, but his body seemed to be rooted to the ground, unmoving. Intense pain spread through the moongazer serpent's body. However, due to the large amount of celestial ascension fruits, the pain was greatly weakened. In fact, a part of the pain was turned into even more intense excitement in a strange way. Bursts of red mist came from the endless tentacles on planet Yunxia. The trembling continued, and there was a roar coming from inside planet Yunxia. All of the tentacles began to extend like crazy. From 10,000 feet long, they began to multiply. If one looked from afar, planet Yunxia looked like a giant sea urchin. Inside planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brighter and brighter. Endless suction force came from his arms, and it was like a sharp blade slicing across the moongazer serpent's bone. He forcibly separated the two halves of the moongazer serpent's bone. During this process, the giant Wang Yu trembled even more violently. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and as the tentacles extended endlessly, large amounts of soil fell off. From planet Yunxia, this kind of falling looked like it was floating into the air. However, if one looked from space, they could clearly see that countless pieces of soil had left planet Yunxia and were floating in all directions. Just like an egg, the eggshell was rapidly cracking and peeling off. An ancient aura slowly seeped out as large amounts of soil fell off. It was like a fierce beast that had been sleeping for countless years was slowly awakening. The trembling became more and more intense, and more red mist came out from the tentacles. It fused with the fog outside, forming a thick cocoon. Inside planet Yunxia, Wang Lin's eyes shined brighter and brighter. The earth around him trembled even more violently, and an unprecedented sense of danger came from all directions. At this moment, Wang Lin suddenly got up and moved as fast as lightning. At this moment, even his eyes were filled with the might of thunder. In an instant, he arrived at the crack on the left side of the moongazer serpent's bone. His hands mercilessly grabbed the crack as the veins on his face swelled up and he shouted, "Rise!" This roar was like muffled thunder. It was as if all of the foul air in Wang Lin's body was being spat out in exchange for a powerful force. At this moment, countless veins swelled up on his arms and there were some tattoos flashing on them. These tattoos were formed by celestial spiritual energy. His hands tightly gripped the left half of the Wang Yu's bone, and there was a hint of madness in Wang Lin's eyes. However, deep within this madness was an unusual calmness. "Rise for me!" Wang Lin let out another roar and his hand mercilessly pulled. The earth trembled even more violently and painful roars came from the Moongazer serpent. However, these roars contained the power of the celestial ascension fruits, so the giant Moongazer serpent couldn't tell what it was feeling. As the earth trembled even more violently, Wang Lin's entire body tensed up. With one pull, he managed to move the half of the Wang Yu's bone by 3 inches. As long as it could move, even if it was just 1 inch, it was crucial. Without any hesitation, Wang Lin activated all of the celestial spiritual energy in his body like crazy. His hands gripped the Wang Yu's bone and he exerted force. As a thunderous rumble echoed through the earth, the giant half of the Wang Yu's bone was pulled out by Wang Lin. 7 inches, 10 inches, 3 feet, 6 feet, 10 feet, 100 feet. The sound of friction entered one's ears and could shake one's origin soul. As Wang Lin pulled, the speed at which the half of the Wang Yu's bone was pulled out became faster and faster. Wang Lin's expression was ferocious and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged like crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that he was at the late stage of ascendant, the meridians in his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Every time the celestial spiritual energy completed one cycle, Wang Lin's power would increase a bit. Time was of the essence, and every breath of time he wasted would double the danger. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and he let out a roar that sounded like a roar. His aura was like a mountain. Thunderous rumbles echoed as Wang Lin rushed out from the ground with the half of the Wang Yu's bone in his hand. At the same time, the Celestial Guard appeared behind him and charged at the other half of the Wang Yu's bone. In contrast, the Celestial Guard that had reached the illusory Yin stage and was created by imitating an ancient god was far more powerful than the current Wang Lin. The Celestial Guard moved and arrived next to the other half of the Wang Yu's bone. It grabbed it and pulled, causing the earth to tremble even more violently. The rumbling sounds were like countless thunderclaps, reverberating in all directions. The Celestial Guard grabbed the Moongazer serpent bone. Its body was covered in a golden glow with a hint of red. It pulled out the Moongazer serpent bone and charged up like crazy after Wang Lin. Wang Lin and the Celestial Guard held the Moongazer serpent bone one after the other. They quickly broke through the earth and charged toward the surface. Their speed was too fast. Wang Lin used all of his speed without holding back. At the beginning, he wasn't too fast when he pulled the Wang Yu's bone, but once he used it as a force, his speed became faster and faster. The earth trembled and the roars of the Moongazer serpent became even more clear. The red mist from the tentacles became even thicker and continued to extend. Under the stimulation of the intense pain, the Moongazer serpent rapidly turned into its third form. However, with the celestial ascension fruit, this process became much slower. This made it so that Wang Yu couldn't tell where the pain was coming from. After all, its body was too big. Furthermore, as it gradually awakened, it was still in a confused state. This allowed the power of the celestial ascension fruit to be unleashed even more fully. As the earth rumbled, Wang Lin charged out. The moment he charged out, the madness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He viciously pulled out half of the Wang Yu's bone from the ground. The loud sound caused the ground to tremble even more violently. The sound of the Wang Yu's bone rubbing against the ground was enough to make one's head spin and cause intense pain to their origin souls. This half of the Moongazer serpent's bone was simply too big. It stretched out for countless miles and was like a mountain range. From afar, it looked like a giant god dragon shining with golden flames. This object was too big to put into his bag of holding, so Wang Lin carried it on his back and charged into the sky. His figure was insignificant compared to the giant Wang Yu's bone. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice his existence. Just at this moment, the ground rumbled again as the celestial guard charged out. Behind it was another half of Wang Yu's bone. It was grabbed by the celestial guard and followed closely behind Wang Lin. Charge! At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body was moving faster than his limit. Some of the celestial spiritual energy was leaking out of his body, causing him intense pain. However, compared to this pain, it was worth it to obtain the complete bone of the Moongazer serpent. Wang Lin knew that he had to leave as soon as possible. If he was even a bit slower, all his efforts would be in vain, and he might even lose his life. He didn't believe that Wang Yu would let go of the creature that extracted her bone. If he was swallowed, he would without a doubt die. Under the power of the celestial ascension fruits, the tentacles on the ground wanted to wrap around the bone, but they were a bit slow. However, the Moongazer bone was simply too big, so no matter how slow the tentacles were, there were still a lot of them. They tightly wrapped around the Moongazer bone. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding without hesitation and took out the restriction flag. His eyes were filled with pain, but now was not the time to feel pain. He clenched his teeth, formed a seal, and pointed at the restriction flag. The flag suddenly trembled and let out a sad cry. After all, it had followed Wang Lin for many years. After being refined for more than 900 years, it had developed a bit of intelligence. At this moment, there was a hint of determination within the mournful cry. The restriction flag collapsed and the restrictions inside turned into countless rays of black light that fused together to form a black meteor. There was also a layer of weak flames on it that seemed to be burning. With a loud rumble, the black meteor charged toward the tentacles wrapped around the Moongazer serpent. The restriction flag's self-destruction was exchanged for boundless power. In an instant, a giant restriction appeared. This restriction had a spirit. This spirit was born because of Wang Lin, and now it was destroyed because of Wang Lin. Because the gigantic restrictive spell was sentient, it instantly exploded with boundless power, which slammed into the tentacles, causing them to instantly slow down. The Wang Yu's bone was too strong. Even with the restriction flag's self-destruction, it couldn't stop the tentacles. It could only slow them down for a moment. Wang Lin let out a sigh and pulled without hesitation. The wrapped Wang Yu's bone was lifted into the air and carried by Wang Lin as he charged into the fog. As for the celestial guard's Wang Yu's bone, it was also wrapped up by the tentacles. However, under the effect of the restriction flag, it quickly followed Wang Lin. One person and one puppet charged into the fog. As long as they passed through the fog, they would reach the endless stars. However, right at this moment, the trembling of the earth reached its peak. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on the ground. That crack was like a huge mouth that rapidly opened up. A roar that shook the heavens and earth came out from that huge mouth. Wang Lin's body trembled. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body was instantly scattered by this roar. His face turned pale and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The promise of 3 chapters must be kept without missing a single word. The first chapter has been delivered. Let's continue to write the second chapter. I'm asking for monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 7:15. Even the celestial guard's body trembled and the golden light it gave off dissipated a bit. Wang Lin clenched his teeth. He ignored the roar coming from the giant mouth and charged into the fog once more. However, the giant crack on the ground began to rise like crazy. At this moment, the entire planet began to rise. As the earth moved, a violent rumble echoed throughout planet Yunxia. Large swathes of the earth shattered and countless pieces of land collapsed, dissipating into the starry sky. This scene was almost exactly the same as when the original body absorbed the spiritual energy of a planet and caused that planet to collapse. However, that planet was collapsing from the inside. This kind of power was so great that if a normal cultivator was too close, they would have no chance of surviving. However, planet Yunxia was slightly different. Although it was also collapsing, it didn't have that kind of destructive power. Instead, when the moongazer serpent woke up, it shook off all the dust that had stuck to its body over the countless years. The earth that continued to rise was just an illusion. He thought that the earth was rising, but in truth, the earth was Wang Yu's body. The so-called rising was just Wang Yu turning around and raising his head. The giant crack instantly closed in, and it was unimaginably fast. When Wang Lin lowered his head, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. The power of the celestial ascension fruits was still there, or else he wouldn't have been able to escape this far. As long as he could stop Wang Yu for a bit, he would be able to charge out of the fog and enter space. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and was about to slap his bag of holding. However, just at this moment, his eyes narrowed. As the giant crack closed in, Wang Lin clearly felt a fluctuation coming from deep within. This fluctuation was very familiar to him. It was the seven-star sword formation. Wang Lin withdrew his right hand from the bag of holding, formed a seal, pointed forward, and shouted, "Sword formation, spin." There was a divine ability in his voice, as if his words were a law. It turned into countless bolts of lightning and triggered the seven-star sword formation in the depths of the crack that was getting closer and closer. The sword formation whistled and spun at an extremely fast speed, giving off boundless sword chi and attacking from within. However, to Wang Yu, these attacks were truly insignificant. She was unable to stop them at all. Seeing that the crack was getting closer and closer, Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, "Sword of mice, explode!" A muffled boom echoed out from within the rift. At the same time, a roar could be heard as the rift rose up with even greater speed. It was now only 300 meters away from Wang Lin. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed, and along with the Celestial Guard, he had already entered the fog. However, the fog quickly dissipated as the rift closed in. In the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. This was the first time in countless years that the thick fog on planet Yunxia had disappeared. Hi pig, Wei sheep, Enya monkey, ugly cow, Een tiger, Mao rabbit, all explode. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with madness. Rumble, 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 rumble continued to echo and wreak havoc inside the moongazer serpent's body. Not only did the seven-star sword formation self-destruct, even the evil soul on it turned into endless power. As it shattered, it turned into a destructive aura that launched the sharpest attack on the moongazer serpent. However, with how strong Wang Yu was, the explosion of the seven-star sword formation didn't affect it at all. It only slowed it down a bit. And what Wang Lin wanted was this moment of respite. He and the Celestial Guard quickly charged out and the stars in the sky appeared before their eyes. The giant rift immediately returned to normal. The power of the Celestial Ascension fruit made it so that even now, it still didn't know where it was feeling such intense pain and excitement. However, it had just woken up and was still in a confused state, but it felt that the things the two escaping beings were carrying were a bit familiar. Subconsciously, he chased after them, wanting to leave these two familiar parts behind. At this moment, when it saw the two of them moving faster and faster, a voice that seemed to come from countless years ago came from the rift. This voice had no real meaning, but the pronunciation was extremely strange. The moment this voice appeared, Wang Lin's scalp went numb. This voice was the language of the ancient gods. In 2C's memories, there was no record of Wang Yu speaking the language of the ancient gods. What kind of Wang Yu is this? Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. The ancient god language came from the crack in the ground, and as it echoed across the world, Wang Lin suddenly had a feeling that what was chasing him wasn't a moongazer serpent but an adult ancient god. The language of the ancient gods sounded like an ancient roar coming from the heavens and earth. This ancient roar brought Wang Lin a sense of life and death crisis. At this moment, the surrounding space seemed to collapse as cracks appeared. This scene almost scared Wang Lin out of his wit. He knew this spell. This was a shattering spell that only an 8-star ancient god could use. It could cause everything one looked at to collapse, reform, and turn into dust. A life and death crisis had never been so close before. Wang Lin suddenly turned around and let out a strange roar. What he said was also the language of the ancient gods that he inherited from 2C. The ground trembled, and the huge crack started to close up. At the same time, 2 more huge cracks appeared on the ground, and a pair of ice-cold eyes could be seen within them. This gaze fell on Wang Lin with a hint of coldness and confusion. Because the surrounding space was interrupted by Wang Yu's ancient god spell, it stopped collapsing. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to turn around and escape. The celestial guard puppet didn't even slow down. Just at this moment, a skinny figure rushed out from the depths of the crack with a hint of fear and excitement. It was the greedy wolf. Wang Yu's sudden change caused the area of excretion and absorption to tremble violently, creating a crack. The greedy wolf rushed out from this crack. Of course, he didn't forget the giant furnace. After rushing out from the area of excretion and absorption, the greedy wolf felt just how terrifying Wang Yu was. He didn't hesitate to use the giant furnace to fly into the sky. What he saw was the giant crack in the distance. He could even see the starry sky above it. Excitement that he had never felt in 100 years surged through his body like waves. He even had tears in his eyes. That kind of life that was neither human nor ghost, that was filled with the stench of the stench, had finally come to an end. He thought back to the past 100 years. Most of his time was spent in this place of excretion. To him, this was a humiliation, a naked humiliation. The stench was something he would never forget. Even though the stench had dissipated, he could still smell it. The greedy wolf swore that after he escaped, he would never take half a step into the northern Luo Tian region. And if he had another chance to search for treasures in the future, he would be very, very, very careful. Seeing the crack get closer and closer, the excitement in the greedy wolf's eyes reached a peak. "Old man Greedy Wolf, you are finally going to escape?" At this moment, the confusion in Wang Yu's eyes disappeared. The language of the ancient gods echoed once more, and Wang Lin's entire body turned cold. In this life or death crisis, he couldn't care about anything else. With a thought, the immortal guard puppet slowed down and threw the half of Wang Yu's bone down. "I'll give you back your half." The half of Wang Yu's bone was like a mountain range. As it smashed down, astral winds howled in the air, causing the crack to pause for a moment. The collapse of the surrounding space stopped once more. The moongazer serpent stared at the rapidly falling mountain range with confusion in its eyes. It was very familiar with this thing, but it couldn't remember what it was. However, it subconsciously opened its mouth wide and swallowed this giant mountain range in one gulp. The greedy wolf was excited, as if he had swallowed countless immortal ascension fruits. As he looked at the rapidly approaching crack, he wanted to roar out loud. Nearly 100 years of miserable days had finally come to an end. Wang Yu couldn't teleport inside Wang Yu's body. This was something he knew a long time ago. If he tried to teleport, he would be pulled back by a strange force, and his speed would be even slower. However, right at this moment, when the ravenous wolf was very close to the crack he was looking at was suddenly enveloped by a massive shadow. The greedy wolf was startled and rubbed his eyes. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. What was this massive shadow? Perhaps it was because he had been smelled by the stench of Wang Yu's excrement for too long, but the greedy wolf's mind was a bit sluggish. This is a mountain range. The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with despair. His excitement instantly vanished. Anyone would feel a sense of absent-mindedness when faced with such a sharp contrast. However, the greedy wolf was a powerful cultivator. He let out an angry roar and charged forward. His entire body drilled into the large cauldron and he slammed into the side. The mountain whistled past the edge of the large cauldron, creating a series of sparks. Inside, the greedy wolf coughed out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! After enduring the mountain with great difficulty, the greedy wolf emerged from the large cauldron with a pale face. He still couldn't completely control the cauldron, so he had no choice but to fuse with it. If he stayed inside for too long, he would be refined by the terrifying aura inside the cauldron. After swallowing half of the mountain range, the confusion in Wang Yu's eyes became even stronger. What exactly was this feeling? It was very familiar, and he seemed to remember something. Taking advantage of Wang Yu's hesitation, Wang Lin commanded the Celestial Guard puppet to appear and help Wang Lin carry the other half of Wang Yu's bone. Then, they quickly fled into the starry sky. The confusion in the Moongazer serpent's eyes gradually dissipated. The power of the Celestial Ascension fruit also began to dissipate. It remembered that this half of the mountain range was no ordinary object, it was formed from its own bones. As the Celestial Ascension fruit disappeared, Wang Yu discovered that the source of the pain was the location of his bone. A storm was suddenly stirred up. It had never felt such anger before, as well as the immense pain that the Celestial Ascension fruit could no longer conceal, caused it to fly into a violent rage. Another 50 monthly votes. I'm going to attack the number 7 monthly votes. Fellow Taoists, please help me. The second chapter has been delivered. Continue writing and write the third chapter. It's as if God is helping me today. This God is your monthly votes, recommendations, and rewards. Chapter 7:16. There was a phrase in ancient God 2C's memory that described the Wang Yu, an existence that was a parasite of the ancient gods. If the heavens have a dark, then the ancient gods have a moon. The word underworld could be interpreted as a spirit or a soul. In short, the first half of the sentence referred to the heavenly Tao. It was not an inanimate object, but something that should exist. Perhaps it could be said that it had a spirit and a soul that no living being could understand. The second half of the sentence referred to the Moongazer serpent. In ancient God 2C's memories, he didn't know how the Moongazer serpent had appeared. It seemed to have existed since a long time ago. Just like the heavens' soul and spirit, they were unpredictable things. No one could explain the cause and effect. The anger of the Wang Yu is like the finger of the ancient god. This was the second description of the Wang Yu in 2C's memory, but it was the one that left the deepest impression in Wang Lin's mind. From reading between the lines, once the Moongazer serpent became angry and reached its third form, it would have the power of an ancient god's finger. This power could be big or small. If it was big, it would be like a 9-star ancient god's finger. Even a cultivation planet would collapse. A small one, like the finger of a 1-star ancient god, would be a joke. However, it was clear that the giant Wang Yu before Wang Lin was not a joke. His body became cold as Wang Lin and the Celestial Guard pushed their speed to the limit. They carried the half of the Wang Yu bone and escaped like crazy. He had tried to use the heaven-defying bead to absorb it, but for some reason, it was very slow. It was impossible to absorb it in a short period of time. Thunderous rumbles echoed across all of planet Yunxia at this moment. This sound was so loud that calling it thunder would be an understatement. Almost everyone in the surrounding galaxies could hear the angry roar coming from within the thunderous rumbles. Wang Lin's eyelids twitched and he quickly escaped without looking back. The Wang Yu didn't have a bone, but it wouldn't die. As long as there was enough time, it could form another one. However, it was clear that this Wang Yu bone had taken an unknown amount of time to form, so it was no wonder Wang Yu was so angry. The Moongazer serpent's giant body rumbled and slowly stretched. This action caused a tearing sound to echo and the large amount of land around the Moongazer serpent collapsed once more. This collapse was even more thorough. Countless giant tentacles continuously extended from his body and slowly swayed. An unimaginably powerful aura gradually seeped out from his body. The greedy wolf's figure appeared from the giant furnace, but the time he appeared was too bad. It was when the Wang Yu was angry. The greedy wolf's eyes were red and he let out a roar. He sped up and wanted to rush out. However, it was at this moment that the crack began to slowly close. No! The greedy wolf's eyes were filled with tears of blood as he let out a miserable roar. The moongazer serpent closed its mouth. Its enormous body was full of intimidation, but its movements were still a bit slow, not as smooth as before. However, as the immortal ascension fruit's remnant might disappeared, it gradually recovered. Wang Lin carried the Wang Yu's bone on his shoulder and the celestial guard behind him. He slapped his bag of holding and the star compass flew out. He stepped on it and turned into a ray of silver light. With the Wang Yu's bone in his hand, he sped away without looking back. The moongazer serpent's cold gaze stared at the disappearing Wang Lin. The countless tentacles on its body moved slightly and a storm suddenly appeared. This storm was so strong that it created a sonic boom. A shockwave spread out in all directions. Within the shockwave, the Wang Yu's giant body was pushed forward. It was almost impossible to see it move, but the distance between it and Wang Lin was instantly shortened. At the same time, the Wang Yu opened its mouth and spoke in the language of the ancient gods. Wang Lin's scalp went numb as he watched more than 100 tiny Wang Yus charge out from the crack in its mouth. The greedy wolf was among them. He looked up at the sky, and his eyes lit up with excitement. This feeling was simply too good. The taste of the sky that he hadn't seen in a long time filled him with indescribable excitement. However, he knew that this couldn't be considered a true escape. The moment he appeared, he saw Wang Lin on the star compass. After a moment of shock, he understood, and his eyes filled with hatred. However, he didn't dare to act rashly. There were too many beasts around him, and he was worried that if he moved, he would attract their attention. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he opened his bag of holding and took out the celestial wine that only had a few drops left. He gritted his teeth and drank a mouthful, leaving only 2 drops. In an instant, powerful celestial spiritual energy erupted from his body. This celestial spiritual energy was very rich and could even be said to be very pure. After all, this was something that belonged to a real celestial. Enduring the intense pain and the feeling of fainting, Wang Lin raised his right hand and mercilessly pointed at the group of Wang Yus charging at him. He shouted, "Stop!" The celestial spiritual energy that felt like it was about to explode in his body flowed out from his right hand and turned into endless power that filled the world. With one word, it was as if the power of heaven and earth had stopped moving. Normally, it was impossible for Wang Lin to do this. Even now, he was relying on the celestial wine. If he didn't have the celestial wine, it would be impossible for him to use the stop spell to this degree. Borrowing the moment he was stopped, Wang Lin charged out without looking back. He was very fast, and he didn't hesitate to use the spell that the old man in the demon spirit land who was good at escaping had. However, Wang Lin had only stopped the little Wang Yus. The giant Wang Yu that had turned into planet Yunxiao wasn't affected at all. It charged out with a powerful impact, and all of the frozen Wang Yus immediately regained their freedom. However, the greedy wolf's luck was too bad. His body was also stopped, and he recovered a bit late. When the Wang Yu closed in, he fell into the giant rift once more. The greedy wolf only saw his vision go black, and the next moment, he found that he had returned to the rift. The desperate greedy wolf's eyes were filled with madness. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a large mouthful of blood onto the furnace. The furnace immediately gave off an ancient aura and set off a ripple. The greedy wolf moved with the fastest Wang Yu to switch positions. His face was pale and he coughed out another mouthful of blood. He pointed at the escaping Wang Lin and shouted, "Wang Lin, don't even think about leaving." Wang Lin had long noticed the greedy wolf's figure. He didn't even turn his head as he pointed behind him, and the remaining celestial spiritual energy inside his body surged. "Stop!" The greedy wolf was about to use the giant furnace again to switch positions with Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the stop spell descended and his body immediately stopped. Wang Yu's gaze suddenly fell on the giant furnace in front of the greedy wolf. His eyes revealed a strange light. He felt a very comfortable aura from the giant furnace. Back then, before Wang Yu woke up, he didn't kill the greedy wolf because of the giant furnace next to him. However, he hadn't woken up at the time, so he subconsciously sent the furnace and the greedy wolf to the place where he excreted. Although this was where the moongazer serpent excreted, it was also where it absorbed. The moongazer serpent subconsciously wanted to absorb this cauldron, which was why greed had lived for nearly 100 years. The moment the greedy wolf's body was stopped, Wang Yu immediately swallowed him. A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took this opportunity to increase the distance between them. The greedy wolf felt his vision go black. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been swallowed and was at the edge of the crack. The ups and downs caused the greedy wolf's face to be filled with bitterness, but at the same time, his hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous. "It's all because of you." The greedy wolf clenched his teeth, formed a seal with both hands, and pressed down on the giant furnace. A milky white light appeared between his eyebrows and imprinted itself onto the giant furnace. "Even if the old man has to sacrifice his lifespan, I must escape from here," the greedy wolf roared. The giant furnace in front of him absorbed the greedy wolf's lifespan and immediately grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it grew infinitely larger. A vast ancient aura spread out as the giant furnace grew larger. The Wang Yu's roar caused Wang Lin's body to tremble, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body was already seriously injured. As for the celestial guard puppet, its body also trembled and the golden light around it completely collapsed. Even the spirit in its eyes dimmed. However, compared to Wang Lin, its injuries were lighter. Taking advantage of the moment the giant furnace grew larger, the greedy wolf decisively charged out. At this moment, Wang Yu's mouth was filled with the giant furnace, causing it to rapidly grow larger. "This old man doesn't want this furnace anymore." The greedy wolf's heart ached as he turned to escape. But at this moment, the huge moongazer serpent spat out the cauldron. A strange light appeared in the moongazer serpent's eyes, and its tentacles immediately extended and wrapped around the cauldron. Another tentacle quickly rushed out and went straight for the greed wolf. Greed's face was grim as he slapped his bag of holding to produce a screen. He stood off to the side and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, the power of mountains and rivers appeared in the starry sky. As Wang Lin escaped, his divine sense even felt an illusion. It was as if the starry sky was no longer there, but instead, it was replaced by an imposing mountain and river diagram. The star compass beneath Wang Lin slowed down. His eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the giant screen. He had seen this item in the past. The greedy wolf had said that he hadn't found the true mountain and river diagram, but he had found this screen with the projection of the mountain and river diagram. Wang Yu's eyes were cold, and a strange rune flickered within them. Wang Lin recognized this rune. It was the language of the ancient gods. As the rune flickered, a 1,000-meter-long finger appeared in front of Wang Yu. It was only a finger, and its skin was extremely rough. However, there was a faint, enchanting aura that filled the air. Although the finger was illusory, in Wang Lin's eyes, it was unimaginably real. The wrath of Wang Yu is like the finger of the ancient gods. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Sweat appeared on his forehead and his heart pounded. He finally understood the meaning of these words. After the 3rd chapter, there were only 9,000 words more and no less. His promise was fulfilled. Now he asked for the monthly votes to make the Renegade Celestial's results charge into the top 7. Let all the readers who voted for the Renegade Celestial witness the rise of the Renegade Celestial. Chapter 717. Wang Lin was startled, but he was immediately overjoyed. He immediately increased his speed. After a long time, he realized that Wang Yu, who had been chasing after him, was no longer chasing him. The distance between them was increasing. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief, but his eyes were filled with lingering fear. This Wang Yu is too strong. If it wasn't for its slow speed, I would have died today. In 2C's memories, the description of the Moongazer serpent and this Moongazer serpent, apart from the appearance, were completely different. How could this Moongazer serpent be so strong? Wang Lin looked back at the Luo Tian northern region in the distance, deep in thought. With this Wang Yu's strength, why does it seem like it doesn't dare to step into this place? Could it be that there's something here that makes it afraid? Unable to understand, Wang Lin sighed. He looked at the state of his origin spirit and smiled bitterly. Although it's a good thing for my origin spirit to break through the barrier, I don't know how long it will take to form another body without a physical body. If I take over a body, there are too many restrictions. If I don't have a good physical body, it won't be worth it. After pondering for a moment, Wang Lin no longer hesitated and flew forward. First, I need to find a place to go into seclusion and refine this half of Wang Yu's bone. I need to see if I can complete the heaven-defying bead. After that, I need to form my physical body. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he headed straight for the endless starry sky. Wang Yu looked into the distance with hesitation in its huge eyes. After a long time, its huge body slowly retreated. In its memory, someone seemed to have warned it not to step forward. It was just that this memory was too long ago and was already blurry. However, the sense of danger from back then was still deeply engraved in his mind. Even now, it had directly affected his thoughts. As she retreated, Wang Yu's tentacles swayed back and forth. From a distance, she looked like she was brimming with a terrifying pressure. Along the way, some cultivators had already noticed Wang Yu, but after a single glance, all of their hair stood on end and their minds shook. They turned around, hating themselves for being too slow. Wang Yu stopped within the range of the 5 main planets of the Luo Tian northern region. Her oval-shaped body slowly shrank into a sphere, wrapping the giant cauldron inside her body. Countless tentacles slowly shrank and finally merged into Wang Yu's body. Waves of mist were emitted from Wang Yu's body, forming a thick fog that permeated the surroundings. Wang Yu once again entered its second state and began to sleep. However, the location it chose this time made the hearts of all the cultivators in the Luo Tian northern region go numb. This place was too close to the 5 main planets. In the starry sky of the Luo Tian northern region, there was a relatively primitive planet. This planet didn't have a lot of spiritual energy, but there were still mortals living there. On this day, an object fell from the sky. This object was covered in 7-colored light and landed on a plain in the northern part of the planet. The greedy wolf's bones were all broken, his body collapsed, and his origin soul was injured, but he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but his eyes were filled with joy. Before he came to the Luo Tian star system, there were many seals in his body. Each of these seals contained great power and could easily kill him. However, as the ancient god finger got closer, a strange change happened and caused all the seals in his body to collapse at the same time. Only the All-Seer's mark was still there. As long as the old man is given time, the old man is confident that he will recover one day. The greedy wolf took a deep breath as his body slowly descended and disappeared from the plain. From this day onward, all the mortals living on this ordinary planet would smell a faint stench. However, no matter how much they searched, they couldn't find the source of this stench. It was as if this stench was coming from the earth. At this moment, Wang Lin was flying in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system. He didn't look for planets with cultivators, but instead set his sights on abandoned planet. His origin soul had a vague feeling that there was a place in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system that made him feel very comfortable. He subconsciously flew toward that place, and as he got closer, even his origin soul's injuries improved a bit. He slowly got closer and closer. When Wang Lin saw the place that made him feel very comfortable, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. In front of him was a large layer of gravel. Countless gravel of different sizes seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, densely surrounding it, forming a natural barrier. Wang Lin could feel that the place that made him feel very comfortable was deep within these rubble. He pondered for a moment, but his body didn't move. Instead, he appeared from the star compass and caught the moongazer bone. Under his control, the celestial guard puppet flew out, passed through the rubble, and slowly entered the interior. This layer of rubble was very large. The celestial guard flew out for a long time but didn't enter. However, it saw a strange scene. It was an abandoned planet. This planet wasn't big. It wasn't even as big as planet Ranyun. It was only half the size of planet Ranyun. However, there were flashes of lightning on it. It was as if the planet was surrounded by a net of lightning. This lightning seemed to be endless, and it continued to fall down. This planet was nameless, and was located in a very remote place in the southern region of the Luo Tian star system. Adding on the layer of rubble outside, it wasn't easy to find it. Wang Lin placed a trace of his divine sense on the celestial guard, so he naturally saw this planet. The comfortable feeling was getting closer and closer, but he knew that the place that made him feel comfortable wasn't this small planet, but the depths of the rubble. However, there was a mysterious force here that limited his divine sense, making it impossible for him to see the whole picture. Although this was the case, it was only relatively speaking. The moment Wang Lin saw this small planet, it also gave him a comfortable feeling. However, compared to the depths of the rubble, it was a lot weaker. This place is an excellent cave abode. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He grabbed the half of Wang Yu's bone and rushed toward the rubble. He gradually met up with the celestial guard and saw the small planet filled with lightning. I found this place by relying on my origin soul. Here, my origin soul's injuries recover extremely quickly. Wang Lin pondered for a moment. The celestial guard opened the way and went straight to the small planet. I'll live here for now. After my injuries recover and my body condenses, I'll go to the depths of the rubble to take a look. Wang Lin understood that after his origin soul swallowed half of the ancient thunder dragon, it had already changed. All thunder spells had no effect on him, as long as the essence of this thunder couldn't surpass the ancient thunder dragon that controlled thunder on behalf of the heavens in ancient times. At this moment, his body had collapsed. The ancient god's finger had forcibly torn open the membrane, allowing his origin soul to escape. However, he had been injured before, and then he had been in a hurry to escape. As a result, his origin soul's injuries were even more serious. Under these circumstances, even Wang Lin didn't know why his origin soul would find itself here. But at this moment, he understood that if an ancient thunder dragon was injured, it would definitely find a place filled with the power of thunder. Only in such an environment could the thunder dragon recover faster. Only in such an environment could it feel extremely comfortable and even have a sense of security. After his body collapsed, his origin soul escaped. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul was like an ancient thunder dragon, which was why it attracted Wang Lin here. After understanding the cause and effect, Wang Lin's heart calmed down. He looked at the small planet filled with lightning and couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had returned to his hometown. As he continued to move forward, the rumbling of thunder entered his ears. It was extremely dense, and when it landed on his body, it immediately made Wang Lin's body feel extremely comfortable. This kind of feeling directly affected his origin soul. It was like there was a pair of gentle hands gently caressing his origin soul. At this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul released a blue light. Bursts of thunder entered his origin soul, and a portion of it even extended to Wang Yu's bone. This caused the giant mountain range to emit crackling sounds. However, the celestial guard puppet immediately stopped. There was a rare hint of hesitation in its eyes, as if it was afraid of the thunder. Wang Lin turned around and began to ponder. The celestial guard wasn't afraid of thunder. After all, when it was being refined, the origin soul energy that Wang Lin spat out also contained the might of thunder. Moreover, the celestial guard would often encounter thunder spells in battle, but it had never hesitated like this. Could it be that the thunder here is a bit strange? Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully examined the thunder around his body. After a long time, his eyes revealed a look of enlightenment. The thunder here was naturally formed and not created by any spell. Its characteristics were very similar to Wang Lin's origin soul lightning. No wonder the celestial guard puppet is a bit afraid. Thunder was divided into pre-celestial and pre-celestial. The pre-celestial was formed by all spells. As for pre-celestial, there were no spells at all. This thunder was naturally formed by the world. With a slight thought, the immortal guard puppet retreated and sat down cross-legged on a large boulder that was relatively close to this place. Then, it began to meditate. Wang Lin turned around and put away the star compass. He carried Wang Yu's bone and flew into the planet filled with thunder. The closer they got, the denser the lightning became. Towards the end, it had almost reached an extremely terrifying level. If it was anyone else, they would probably choose to retreat like the celestial guard puppet. After all, the lightning here had already surpassed the level that their bodies and origin souls could resist. But for Wang Lin, especially after his body collapsed, this place didn't affect him at all. Instead, the closer he got, the more comfortable he felt. If Wang Lin's body was still here, he would have been restricted. Even if he got here, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now, due to a strange combination of factors, his speed was even faster and he gradually entered the planet filled with thunder. As far as the eye could see, the ground was also filled with lightning. The entire planet was filled with intense lightning, as if it had entered a prison of lightning. He only needed less than 30 votes to reach 6th place. He was hoping for someone to help him at this critical moment. Chapter 7:18. Looking at the earth filled with thunder, the comfortable feeling in Wang Lin's origin soul became even stronger. There were no plants on the ground, and it was impossible for any living thing to exist in this environment. After all, the density of thunder here was extremely rare. The wonders of creation made it impossible to find this place outside the layer of rubble. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's origin soul sensing this place, he wouldn't have been able to find this place. Although there were no living things here, there was a dense amount of vitality coming from the earth. The size of this place was no weaker than a cultivation planet filled with spiritual energy. However, there wasn't any spiritual chi in this place. After all, any spiritual chi would disintegrate in an instant under this dense lightning. The entire world was shrouded in violent thunder. Countless bolts of thunder descended from the sky and descended on the earth. The earth absorbed the thunder and turned into silver snakes that moved around like a pool of thunder. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This place was simply too perfect for him. Cultivating the Thunder Origin spell from the messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple here will be twice the result with half the effort. Wang Lin's origin soul landed on the ground. It was as if he had fallen into a pool of thunder. Countless bolts of thunder appeared on the ground and spread along his origin soul. Even the half of Wang Yu's bone was surrounded by thunder. Wang Lin's body moved and the half of Wang Yu's bone landed on the ground with a thunderous rumble. It was as if a mountain had appeared on the planet, and the huge tremor caused the entire planet to tremble. It was as if a giant stone had been thrown into a lake, causing ripples to appear. On this planet filled with thunder, Wang Yu's bone was like the stone, causing large amounts of thunder to appear. At this moment, the entire world was filled with violent thunder. The intensity of the thunder was several times higher than before. Especially the rumbling thunder, it was endless, as if it came from ancient times. Wang Lin's origin soul sat down in the lotus position. The ancient thunder dragon inside his body hadn't been completely absorbed. There was a thin line in his origin soul that twisted to form the outline of a thunder dragon. His hands formed a seal and he placed them on his knees. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with thunder and he inhaled. The Thunder Lake suddenly began to move like water in spring and gathered toward Wang Lin. Bursts of crackling sounds echoed and countless sparks flew. Each spark could cause the expression of a first-step cultivator to change greatly. These sparks contained the might of the heavens. Wang Lin slowly closed his eyes and allowed the thunder to enter his origin soul. The thunder around his body became even denser until a giant ball of thunder formed around him. Wang Lin was inside as bolts of thunder landed on his body. The bolts of thunder cycled through his body once before disappearing. This cycle continued until Wang Lin forgot about the passage of time. His mind was completely immersed in the thunder. A powerful pressure slowly appeared around him and was absorbed by Wang Lin's origin soul. From the outside, there didn't seem to be any other abnormal changes to the thunder. The celestial guard puppet was sitting on a piece of rock outside the planet. Although it was cultivating with its eyes closed, its divine sense was spread out. If there was any sign of danger to Wang Lin, it would immediately take action. Loyalty was one of the things Celestial Emperor Qing Lin considered the most when he created the celestial guard puppet. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed without leaving a trace. Even the thunder on the planet Wang Lin was on had only decreased a bit, but there were no other changes. The celestial guard puppet didn't move during these 10 years. It only silently guarded Wang Lin as if this was its life. It was waiting for the passage of time for the possibility of regaining its freedom. On the planet filled with thunder, there was a giant ball of thunder where Wang Lin was. The thunder in the sky continued to descend and be absorbed by the ball of thunder. Even the thunder falling from the sky seemed to be attracted by the ball of thunder as it twisted and flashed over. Wang Lin's origin soul continued to condense inside the ball of thunder to recover from his injuries. This was the best place for him to recover. The endless thunder was like the best pill in the world. As Wang Lin continued to absorb it, his injuries gradually recovered. 10 years of time passed by in a flash. On this day, Wang Lin's origin soul inside the ball of thunder slowly opened his eyes. His eyes contained the might of thunder, and the moment he opened his eyes, the ball of thunder around him collapsed. It was as if a powerful thunder spell had been cast on the ball of thunder and it scattered in a circle. However, the moment it spread out, Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The ring of thunder seemed to freeze and stopped spreading. It was as if time was flowing backwards and was sucked into Wang Lin's mouth. At this moment, his body was covered in lightning as if he was wearing an armor made of thunder. His hair moved without any wind and emitted lightning. If I wasn't here, it would take several times longer for my origin soul to recover. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the sky. The most important thing right now is to recover my body. Reforming my body isn't something an ordinary cultivator can do. This involves the ancient god tactic. The look in Wang Lin's eyes deepened. His body had collapsed once in the past, and he had to use the ancient god tactic to recover. The ancient god tactic has always been cultivated by my original body, but I can still use the secret technique of the ancient god tactic to recover my body. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with determination. He opened his arms and formed a strange seal. This seal came from the memories of ancient god 2C. In an instant, an ancient aura came from Wang Lin's hand and shrouded the world. There was also the might of thunder inside this aura. Wang Lin slowly placed his hands on the ground beside him and chanted a complicated spell. His eyes were filled with a mysterious light. Condense. Wang Lin spat out the last word. The pool of thunder seemed to turn into a real pool of water. At first, it was slow, but at the end, it surged like crazy from all directions with Wang Lin at the center. The thunder from the pool of thunder quickly entered Wang Lin's hands, but it didn't enter the depths of Wang Lin's origin soul. Instead, it gathered on his palms below his wrist. Gradually, a numb feeling spread from Wang Lin's hands. This kind of feeling could only be felt when one had a body. Wang Lin didn't lower his head. His expression was solemn and his eyes were closed. He was as steady as a mountain. As a large amount of thunder entered, it was as if all the thunder on the ground was being absorbed. If one looked from the sky, they could see that the thunder on the ground was decreasing at a visible rate and was gathering towards Wang Lin. Blinding lightning flashed. Wang Lin's hands were like a mysterious existence that controlled the power of thunder. It was as if he could make thunder yield to him with a flip of his hand. His hands gradually absorbed the incredible thunder and started to solidify. Tiny sparks of lightning appeared and disappeared on his hands. As the crystalline dots absorbed the lightning pool, more and more of them appeared. In the end, they were practically densely packed together. There seemed to be a mysterious force pulling them together, causing them to slowly draw closer to each other and combine together to form the shape of a hand. This hand was completely formed by the sparks, and the might of thunder it gave off was extremely dense. Time slowly passed. The lightning from the pool of thunder was like waves that surged over. The number of sparks on Wang Lin's hands reached its peak. Finally, a complete set of hand bones appeared above his origin soul. If anyone saw Wang Lin right now, they would definitely suck in a breath of cold air. This scene was too strange. Other than his hands, everything else was transparent and illusory. Only his hands had complete bones. Wang Lin didn't stop absorbing. As more and more sparks entered his hands, the bones in his hands absorbed even more sparks, and the sparks slowly spread up his arms. Gradually, the bones in his arms also formed. Time passed. Wang Lin was immersed in the process of refining. When all the sparks disappeared and were absorbed, a complete set of bones formed on his body. His body slowly rose up into the air. As he was in midair, the thunder that fell from the sky seemed to have found an outlet. It madly gathered and landed on his body. The thunder was as thick as an arm, and it rumbled unceasingly. On the surface of Wang Lin's bones, intersecting green and red lines slowly appeared and extended until they covered his entire body. At this moment, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, covering the entire thunder planet. At this moment, the might of thunder in his origin soul seemed to have become the ruler of the thunder on this planet. Absorb. Divine sense transformed into a divine ability. With one word, the entire thunder planet trembled. Boundless thunder was extracted from within, and the power of thunder surged out, all of it rushing toward Wang Lin. This caused a storm of lightning to appear. The ground cracked, and the lightning falling from the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even the celestial guard puppet outside the planet had opened its eyes and looked over with bright light. All the power of thunder on the thunder planet gathered on Wang Lin's body. Bit by bit, his flesh and blood was being refined. Right now, Wang Lin's body was covered in lightning, and he seemed to be connected to the thunder planet. Within the power of thunder, there was also a thick life force that was being sucked out. This life force was an important part of Wang Lin's new body. Time passed. Including the nascent divinity healing, a 60-year cycle passed in the blink of an eye. The Thunder Hell planet seemed to have completed its entire life in that 60-year cycle. The lightning was no longer as dense, and the celestial guard puppet could now step onto it. It stood not too far away from Wang Lin, acting as Dharma protector. All of the lightning, all of the vast amounts of life force, formed into a 9-meter-wide cocoon. On this day, the cocoon broke. 5th place on the monthly votes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Dumbfounded. Chapter 719. A naked body tore open a crack in the cocoon and slowly walked out. Dense lightning swam around his body. This lightning did not come from his origin soul, but from his body. He was Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a deep breath. He looked down at his body and revealed a strange expression. In the past 60 years, he had absorbed a large amount of thunder and life force to form this new body. This body contained the power of thunder, and it formed a close connection with the thunder in his origin soul. With a thought, Wang Lin's origin soul left his body. It wandered around for a bit before returning to his body. A roar came from Wang Lin's mouth. This roar was thunder. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the world like a heaven-defying roar challenging the heavens. Now that I've been reborn, I can't die. Wang Lin waved his right hand and his bag of holding flew out from his origin soul. He slapped it and a white robe appeared on his body. He descended from the sky and sat cross-legged on the ground. His gaze fell on the mountain range that looked like a divine dragon crouching on the ground not far away. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he slapped his bag of holding and the 1,000,000,000 soul flag appeared in his hand. He shook it and countless soul fragments flew out. If it wasn't for the fact that the thunder from the star had dissipated, these soul fragments wouldn't be able to withstand the thunder. A large amount of soul spells gathered and turned into 3 primary souls that circled the area. After setting up his defenses, Wang Lin carefully spread out his divine sense to make sure it was safe. Then he took a deep breath and carefully pressed his right hand between his eyebrows. A ripple suddenly appeared between his eyebrows and a crystal bead slowly appeared within the ripple. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His hand formed a seal and the heaven-defying bead flew out and landed on the mountain formed by Wang Yu's bones. Compared to the giant mountain, the heaven-defying bead was really insignificant. Wang Lin was extremely cautious. The heaven-defying bead was his #1 treasure, and it had appeared in the Luo Tian star system before. He had already spread out his divine sense. If there was any movement, he would immediately take action. This was also why he had to wait until his body was condensed before taking out the heaven-defying bead. Without his body, he wouldn't be able to use his full cultivation. Taking out the heaven-defying bead was too dangerous and unwise. The heaven-defying bead let out bursts of light. Under this light, Wang Yu's bones trembled. The metal ore inside turned into golden threads and was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. This process was extremely slow. Wang Lin didn't know why. Compared to absorbing the water attribute, the closer he got to completion, the slower it became. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out again and again, paying attention to his surroundings. With a thought, the main soul formed by the 4th soul rushed out of the planet and hid outside. As a springboard for Wang Lin's divine sense, Wang Lin used the 4th soul to spread out his divine sense even more. The heaven-defying bead's absorption was very slow. After all, Wang Yu's bones were too big. A few days later, Wang Lin split off a part of his divine sense and took out a few treasures from his bag of holding. These treasures belonged to the greedy wolf. They were Wang Lin's harvests from 60 years ago. The first was the giant rock. Although it was a bit damaged, the celestial aura on it was extremely dense. What was even rarer was that the greedy wolf's divine sense imprint had long disappeared. This was one of the reasons why Wang Lin was so tempted. The dissipation of the divine sense imprint didn't mean that the greedy wolf was dead, but that after nearly 100 years of assimilation, the imprint had been removed by Wang Yu. Placing his right hand on the rock, Wang Lin recalled the scene of the greedy wolf taking out this treasure and extracting the mountain soul. His gaze was calm as his right hand gently rubbed the rock. Only second-step cultivators could master the ability to extract the souls of planets, mountains, and rivers. Wang Lin had a deep impression of this ability. After all, he had personally experienced this mysterious feeling when the scattered demon controlled his body. At this moment, while his right hand was rubbing the rock, Wang Lin's palm suddenly stopped and his eyes revealed a strange light. He slowly raised his right hand and an ancient aura filled with celestial spiritual energy came from the rock. As Wang Lin raised his right hand, an illusory misty ball appeared between his right hand and the rock. Slowly raising his right hand, Wang Lin's movements were extremely gentle. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the misty ball in his palm. This small ball gave off an extremely powerful aura. What shocked Wang Lin was the celestial spiritual energy inside. It was perfectly combined, as if a real celestial was using a spell. Although this mountain soul is much weaker than the one used by the greedy wolf, it is still extremely powerful. However, the mountain soul inside is extremely unstable. If I am not careful, not only will I not be able to injure the enemy, but I will also be injured by the mountain soul. Wang Lin took a deep breath and his eyes shined. He knew the reason for all of this. It was naturally because the mountain rock was incomplete, causing the illusory mountain soul within it to be damaged. That was the reason for all of this. Moreover, there were no obstacles when he extracted the soul. It was as if Wang Lin could extract the mountain soul with just a thought. This was what moved Wang Lin. His eyes lit up and he slowly lowered his right hand. He gently pressed it on the rock and the misty ball immediately disappeared. It returned to the rock. Wang Lin's right hand immediately pressed down on the ground. When he raised his hand, it was as if the entire sky trembled. However, this was only what he felt with his divine sense. In reality, the earth didn't move at all. As soon as the ancient aura appeared, it immediately dissipated. It was like a wooden bucket that was thrown into a deep well and scooped up a bucket of well water. But as it rose up, the bottom of the bucket shattered, causing the well water to pour out and return to the well. The person holding the rope and the bucket would naturally feel a force pushing against them. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would fall. Wang Lin was like this at this moment. He couldn't extract the soul, and the moment the ancient aura disappeared, a powerful force came from his body. Popping sounds came from his body and his face turned pale. It took him a long time to recover. Looking at the rock before him, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The value of this rock was that it allowed him to use the second step of the soul extraction spell. This item is very useful to me. I just don't know how the greedy wolf found it and refined it. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with thought. Although he was enemies with the greedy wolf, deep in his heart, he admired the greedy wolf. Ancient thunder dragon, celestial realm mountain rock, ancient god cauldron, mountain and river painting screen, and that strange crown. In addition, there must be other treasures inside the greedy wolf's bag of holding. This person is really the favorite of the heavens. Wang Lin let out a long sigh. Any one of these treasures would cause a crazy fight. However, what surprised Wang Lin was that no one dared to take them from the greedy wolf. This was something he couldn't understand. He looked at the celestial realm mountain rock with a hint of excitement. This item should be able to be repaired, but I'm afraid I'll need origin energy to do so. Wang Lin looked at it for a long time before putting it into his bag of holding and taking out another item. This item was the mountain and river painting screen. Wang Lin had never heard of the celestial realm mountain and river painting, but some of the older cultivators had heard of it. Among the top 10 celestial realm mountain and river painting, the mountain and river painting was ranked 5th. Rumor had it that the power of this painting was unfathomable. However, its true power wasn't the mountain and river technique on the surface of the painting, but the ink that drew the mountain and river. This ink looked black, but it was actually dark red. It was made from blood, and this blood was the true power of the mountain and river painting. Rumor had it that the blood used to draw the mountain and river painting was the blood of the heavens. However, the heavens were shapeless, so how could there be blood? This had become an eternal mystery. Therefore, this item was also known as the painting of the heavens. What the greedy wolf obtained was naturally not the real painting of the mountain and river painting of the heavens, but a copy that was imprinted on a screen. As for what kind of technique was used to imprint the painting of the mountain and river painting of the heavens on the screen, the greedy wolf couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the screen. This screen was very simple and looked very ordinary. It was as if it was something that a wealthy family would often visit. The image of the mountain and river on it was a bit blurry, but after looking at it for a long time, it became extremely clear. But now, a crack appeared on the left, as if it was splitting the mountain and river apart. It was extremely uncoordinated. The imprint on it had already collapsed under the ancient god's finger. Wang Lin's right hand pressed on it and left his own imprint. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and swallowed. The item turned into a ray of white light and was absorbed into Wang Lin's origin soul. Using the power of thunder and lightning from his origin soul, he began to refine this item. The last treasure was the crown. Wang Lin saw it with his own eyes. Under the finger of the ancient god that Wang Yu transformed into, there wasn't the slightest crack on this treasure. Holding the item in his right hand, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, but he didn't find anything strange. It was like the crown of a king in the mortal world, nothing out of the ordinary. However, the 5 beads on it caught Wang Lin's attention. Wang Lin immediately recognized that these 5 beads contained the 5 elemental attribute. These 5 elemental attributes were similar to Suzaku's red butterfly's 5 elemental spirit body, but they were more spiritual. Staring at the crown, Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He picked it up and copied what Greedy Wolf did, and put it on his head. At this instant, a mysterious force entered Wang Lin's head. It circled around his body once before returning to him, and didn't move again. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange look. He took off the crown and carefully looked at it. His eyes revealed a contemplative look. The force just now wasn't very strong, but it seemed to be searching for something when it moved through my body. In the end, it didn't find it, so it returned. What was it looking for? 5 elemental beads. Searching. Wang Lin's body trembled. His eyes lit up and he whispered, "Fake 5 elemental spirit body. Red butterfly. Thank you everyone for your votes and support. I'm very touched, really." Ear felt a bit guilty. Typing and thinking really couldn't keep up with the speed. In order to write a better article, I needed to prepare for a long time. 3 chapters really couldn't last, so I could only burst out from time to time. I'll try to burst out again this week. The time is set for Sunday. Chapter 720. As Wang Lin pondered, he slapped his bag of holding and a blue rose appeared in his hand. This rose was tender and beautiful, and its entire body exuded a bright blue light. As soon as it was taken out, the blue light on it spread out gently, giving people the illusion that they were in a trance. At the same time, a cold aura followed the blue light and spread out in all directions. This cold aura contained an indescribable sense of pride. This kind of feeling was hard to describe, and only cultivators who cultivated spells would be able to sense it with their origin souls. If it was a mortal, they would only feel cold all over, as if in that instant, the world no longer existed, leaving behind only this rose. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, when he felt this pride, he seemed to see a vague figure appear on the rose. That figure was like a flame, but it was extremely cold and arrogant. Looking at the blue rose, Wang Lin pondered for a bit before placing it under the crown. His eyes were like torches as he stared at the crown. The moment the crown touched the rose, the 5 beads on it released a bright light. There was also a mysterious force that couldn't be seen with the naked eye that flowed out from the crown and along the rose. Under Wang Lin's observation, the blue rose slowly dissipated into specks of blue light that entered the crown. After a long time, the crown released bursts of blue light. The blue light gradually disappeared and the crown returned to normal. Wang Lin frowned and carefully examined the crown. After a while, he seemed to have understood something. Compared to before, this crown seemed to have a bit more spirit. As Wang Lin looked at it, he could vaguely see a figure dancing with a sword inside. Aside from this, there were no other clues. This item was not damaged by the ancient god's finger, so it is definitely not ordinary. However, I don't know how to use it. The greedy wolf once said that he took the souls of 9,999 mortal emperors to barely be able to control this item. Wang Lin pondered. What does the soul of an emperor have to do with a 5-element spirit body? Could it be that the previous owner of this crown was an emperor with a 5-element spirit body? Could it be that this was the only way to use its power? Wang Lin shook his head. He couldn't understand. Also, Wang Lin tried to identify the materials used to make this treasure, but besides the dragon bone flame, he couldn't recognize anything else. This dragon bone flame relied on ancient god Tu Si's memory. It seemed that this item had a long history. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin put away the crown and his gaze fell on Wang Yu's bone not far away. As the heaven-defying bead absorbed the Wang Yu's bone that had turned into a mountain range, the metal flame ores in it gradually decreased. Time passed slowly. Wang Lin paid full attention to the heaven-defying bead. During this process, he didn't allow anyone to disturb him. Although this place was remote, he still had to be cautious. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, no one came to the plenilune bone. At this moment, all that was left of the plenilune bone were the mountain rocks. All of the golden flame ores had disappeared. Wang Lin was originally worried whether the half of Wang Yu's bone could complete the heaven-defying bead. However, the engraving on the heaven-defying bead that represented the metal element had reached its end. In Wang Lin's eyes, the heaven-defying bead's metal element was complete. The pearl flickered with a crystalline light, making it look like it was made of crystal. It gave off a brilliant light, and an ancient aura spread out from it. The 5 elements intertwined on it, causing the bead to rise into the air. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He bit the tip of his finger and flicked out a drop of blood with his divine sense imprint. It quickly landed on the heaven-defying bead. As the blood was absorbed, Wang Lin shuddered. It was as if there was an additional object in his primordial spirit. At the same time, a rune filled with an ancient aura appeared in his mind. Looking at the heaven-defying bead in the air, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He had waited for nearly 1,000 years to complete the 5 elements of the heaven-defying bead. At this moment, he didn't have the usual anticipation. All he had was caution and calmness. This treasure had accompanied him for far too long, but from the beginning until the end, he still had too little understanding of it. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Could it really come from the ancient celestial realm like the woman in the painting said? Wang Lin raised his hand and his 2 fingers came together. He began to draw the rune that appeared in his mind because the heaven-defying bead was complete. This rune was extremely complex, and the strokes were filled with an ancient aura. As Wang Lin focused, the rune gradually took shape before him. The ancient aura had never been this strong before. Even the ancient aura that the scattered devil gave off when Wang Lin extracted the soul of Planet Thousand Illusion couldn't compare to this rune. As this ancient aura spread out, the entire planet was affected. The vitality of the planet was gradually suppressed and cracks appeared on the ground, turning it into dust. Wang Lin took a deep breath. The moment the rune formed, his hands touched it. The rune slowly floated forward and landed inside the heaven-defying bead. A ray of purple light suddenly came from the heaven-defying bead. The light was so bright that Wang Lin couldn't even open his eyes. The celestial guard immediately gave off the aura of decay, and its body began to disintegrate at a rate visible to the naked eye. Wang Lin was shocked. With a thought, the celestial guard returned to Wang Lin's body and stopped disintegrating. However, the decaying aura still didn't dissipate. Not only the celestial guard, but even the 3 primary souls of Wang Lin's soul flag were the same. If it wasn't for Wang Lin's quick reaction, they would have disintegrated in just a few breaths. The violet light spread out slowly until the entire planet was covered by the violet light. It was as though the planet was wearing a violet robe. At this moment, the aura of decay was so thick that it was at its peak. The entire lightning star seemed to have been cast by some sort of mystic art as it slowly disintegrated under this decaying aura. The purple light didn't stop and continued to spread. It even wrapped around the rocks outside. Some of the rocks immediately collapsed and turned into dust. At this moment, it was as if only Wang Lin and the heaven-defying bead were left in this world. Everything else was a terrifying purple light. This strange scene shocked Wang Lin. Although he had many speculations about the heaven-defying bead, he didn't think there would be such a change after it was complete. The purple light stopped spreading while Wang Lin was still in shock. A majority of the 5 elemental force seemed to have dissipated. More than half of the 1,000 years of collection had been released. Where the heaven-defying bead was located, the purple light was still very dense. Slowly, a purple door appeared between the heavens and earth with a loud rumble. This door was too big. Standing below it, Wang Lin was as insignificant as an ant. Everywhere the purple light spread out, a restriction was formed. Wang Lin's mind was almost taken away just by looking at this restriction. There was no need to even think about studying it. No living creature could enter the forbidden formation. It was as if the area of the purple light had been cut off from the Luo Tian star system by an unimaginable spell. There was only that gigantic door that stood tall between the heavens and the earth. It was endless and boundless. Looking at this door, Wang Lin's mind trembled violently. At the same time, he felt a sense of fear. This kind of emotion was rare for him. Feeling his own fear, Wang Lin's eyes were filled with struggle. His Tao didn't allow him to feel fear, but this fear was instinctive and couldn't be erased. It was as if they were on different levels, a gap that couldn't be crossed. Wang Lin hadn't felt this kind of feeling in a very long time. Even when he faced Wang Yu, he was only shocked, but he didn't feel the trembling of his soul. It was as if he couldn't summon any strength to resist. It was like when he was still a mortal and stood at the foot of the Hengyu sect's mountain. When he looked up at the majestic cultivation sect, he felt awe from the bottom of his heart. With Wang Lin's cultivation and experience, this kind of feeling had long disappeared. Even when he was fighting against the divine retribution in the demon spirit land, Wang Lin relied on his own Tao and determination to resist it. However, at this moment, no pressure came from this giant door, but his body and mind were shaken. Never yield. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot and his body was trembling. He clenched his teeth and raised his head. He would never lower his head. Just like back in the Hengyu sect, when he climbed the mountain with determination. Even though his body was covered in blood, he still struggled. At this moment, the awe from his soul was like a tide that wanted to drown Wang Lin and make him yield. However, Wang Lin couldn't do it, because what supported him was the souls of Wan Er and Wang Lin inside the heaven-defying bead. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt these two souls. Heaven-defying bead, it was I who completed you. If the heavens kill people, then I'll destroy the heavens. If you rebel against me, then I'll shatter the heaven-defying bead. Although Wang Lin's voice was trembling, it was filled with an unyielding will as he roared out word by word. The unyielding will triggered the primordial lightning dragon-like primordial spirit in his body. Rumbling thunder and lightning swam wildly through his body, spreading throughout his body that was made of thunder and lightning. The thunder spread out under Wang Lin's feet and formed a ring. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a thunder celestial. He controlled the power of thunder. This thunder contained an unyielding will and Wang Lin's persistent Tao. The earth collapsed, but Wang Lin's body was still struggling. His eyes were bloodshot and his Tao suppressed the awe from the depths of his soul. He looked at the giant door with an unyielding gaze. The giant door that appeared between the heavens and earth was covered in purple, as if it was something hidden within fog. At this moment, under Wang Lin's gaze, the purple light turned into a giant arm that beckoned toward Wang Lin. With Wang Lin's insight, he immediately saw that this giant arm didn't belong to an ancient god. Chapter 721. The skin of the ancient god was rough, with some fine cracks like talismans. However, the hand formed by the purple light was extremely smooth. Although it was huge, it emitted an ancient aura, as if it was formed by a mystical ability. It made a beckoning gesture toward Wang Lin, like an elder summoning his child. The gesture was gentle, but it continued over and over again. There was no dangerous aura coming from the giant arm, as if it was extremely ordinary. It was only summoning Wang Lin, as if it was going to take him through the gate between heaven and earth. However, Wang Lin's mind was on guard and all the hair on his body stood up. The scene before him was simply too strange. He could never have imagined that after completing the heaven-defying bead's 5 elements, such a strange thing would happen. Wang Lin didn't move. He stared at the arm that was summoning him with a cold glint in his eyes. The movement of the arm remained the same, silently summoning him. However, as time passed, the gate between heaven and earth behind it gradually became illusory, as if it would disappear at any time. It was as if he wouldn't have the chance to enter if he didn't hurry up. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and took a step forward. His right hand grabbed at the Wang Yu's bone that didn't change at all. Although the Wang Yu's bone didn't have the golden flame or anymore, it was still very hard. After all, it was Wang Yu's bone. Grabbing the giant Wang Yu's bone, Wang Lin let out a low roar. He gathered all his celestial force on his arm and threw it into the sky. An ear-piercing whistle echoed as the mountain-like Wang Yu's bone charged toward the giant gate. Wang Yu's bone was about to reach the gate. At this moment, the giant arm that was summoning Wang Lin gently bent and grabbed the bone. Wang Lin gasped and his eyes filled with astonishment. The arm casually squeezed down, and an enormous aura pulsed out. Wang Yu's bones were crushed from head to toe. With this squeeze, the entire world trembled. Even the planet Wang Lin was on began to crack. Large amounts of rubble began to shatter. Thunderous rumbles came from the rubble outside, and large amounts of rubble began to shatter. It was as if a vacuum had been formed. Even the gravel outside the purple light restriction seemed to be affected by some kind of force and continued to collapse. It was as if that pinch contained unimaginable power, as if heaven and earth, as well as the starry sky, could be torn to shreds by that single pinch. The arm slowly loosened and beckoned Wang Lin again. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. His face was pale as he stared at the arm. He didn't know how strong that pinch was, but compared to the ancient god finger formed by Wang Yu's spell, it was definitely not any weaker, because this arm gave Wang Lin a feeling that there was nothing in this world that could resist that pinch. What it pinched wasn't power, but a law that was very similar to the one Wang Lin used when he used the heavenly chop. However, compared to the heavenly chop, it was much, much stronger. After a long time, the giant arm gradually disappeared. However, until it completely disappeared, it still maintained the beckoning gesture. The giant door behind it also disappeared along with the arm. At this moment, the purple light gathered from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it shrank to 1 point. The purple light was dense and slowly dissipated, returning to the appearance of the heaven-defying bead. As if it had released all its power, the bead fell from the sky. Wang Lin hesitated for a bit before his right hand reached out and the bead flew into his palm. It looked very ordinary, just like a normal stone bead. However, there was no longer any power of the 5 elements on it. It was even more complete than when Wang Lin obtained it 1,000 years ago. Wang Lin's divine sense entered it. Li Muan's nascent soul, Wang Ping's, and Qing Yi's souls were still there. Moreover, they seemed to be a bit more agile than before. Li Muan's nascent soul was even more condensed. What is the origin of this heaven-defying bead? Where does that giant door lead to? And the arm outside the door? Wang Lin pondered. It wasn't hard for him to guess that he wasn't the first person to obtain the heaven-defying bead. There must have been others who obtained it and completed the 5 elements of the heaven-defying bead. However, when the gigantic door appeared, these people, Whether it was the first time or several times later, all chose to enter in the end. Were these seniors crushed by the arm, or did they really enter the door? Wang Lin frowned. Before the heaven-defying bead was complete, he was very confused about it. However, after it was complete, not only did it not disappear, it became even more confused. Could it be that this door leads to the so-called ancient celestial realm? But if that's the case, why did the arm appear? It looks like it's summoning, but it's actually crushing. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin frowned even more. He stared at the heaven-defying bead for a long time before placing it between his eyebrows. The heaven-defying bead slowly entered his origin soul and disappeared. Since he couldn't figure it out, Wang Lin didn't think about it anymore. The mystery of this item was obviously the door, but he didn't know what was behind it. The heaven-defying bead's 5 elements are gone. I need to search again. Wang Lin looked around. After what happened just now, this thunder planet had been completely abandoned. There was no longer any value in staying. What a waste of such a treasure, but the place where my origin soul felt comfortable is deep within the layer of rocks. Now that my body has recovered, I might as well go check it out. If there really is more thunder, I can cultivate the thunder origin spell. After making up his mind, Wang Lin's body moved. Like a bolt of thunder, he charged out of this place. More than half of the layer of rocks had disappeared, but Wang Lin didn't stop. He slapped his bag of holding and the god-slaying war chariot appeared and turned into the thunder beast. As soon as the beast appeared, it let out a roar as if it had been suppressed for countless years. Its huge eyes turned to look at Wang Lin. However, the beast was immediately startled. Its eyes were filled with surprise as it looked at Wang Lin with a confused expression. Wang Lin took a step and sat on the thunder beast's back. He patted its head and smiled. Stop looking. With your spiritual sense, you should be able to sense that something is different ahead. Why aren't you going over? The thunder beast let out a low roar. It didn't know why, but right now Wang Lin didn't exist at all. Instead, he was a bolt of thunder. The thunder gave it a very familiar feeling, a feeling it hadn't felt in a long time. In particular, when Wang Lin patted its head, it made the thunder beast feel inexplicably comfortable, and it couldn't help but roar. The thunder beast was very fast. As it moved through the rocks, more and more rocks appeared. Some of the rocks even had lightning flickering on them. It was a very strange sight. Whether it was Wang Lin or the thunder beast, neither of them felt uncomfortable in this kind of environment. In fact, they were quite used to it. The thunder beast let out roars of joy. Wang Lin was still thinking about the heaven-defying bead as he sat on the thunder beast's back. He was slightly disappointed. After all, he had spent 1,000 years collecting the heaven-defying bead, and Wang Yu had almost died on this trip. He originally thought that once the heaven-defying bead recognized him as its master, it would possess great abilities that would be of great help to him. However, the truth was too different from his imagination. What exactly is this heaven-defying bead? Wang Lin rubbed his forehead as he pondered. The thunder beast was extremely sensitive to lightning. It moved through the rocks and gradually entered the depths of the rock. A deep rumble of thunder interrupted Wang Lin's thoughts. His eyes were like lightning as he looked ahead. The comfortable feeling in his origin soul was extremely strong. This is the place. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The thunder beast passed through a large area of the rocks and suddenly stopped. Its giant eyes were filled with shock. When Wang Lin saw the scene in front of him, he took a deep breath, and his eyes shone brightly. There was no planet in front of him, but an enormous pool of thunder that stretched for countless kilometers. This place was filled with lightning and thunder, as if this world was a true hell of lightning. The lightning planet from before was insignificant compared to this place. Within the boundless pool of thunder, the thunder roared like lightning dragons. The rumbling echoed out in all directions, emitting a strong, violent aura. The Thunder Beast let out a roar as it stared at the huge pool of lightning. Even it was hesitant. The power of the lightning here was too strong. Even though it was a Thunder Beast, it still couldn't handle it. Wang Lin's body flickered as he jumped off the Thunder Beast's back. His eyes were filled with caution. He first released the Celestial Guard puppet and had it stand guard in the distance. Then he slowly approached the pool of lightning and stopped at its edge. After observing for a moment, he took a step forward. As soon as his foot landed, the lightning spread out and fused into his body. Even Wang Lin felt his body go numb. He took a deep breath and took another step forward. He didn't stop. He took 20 steps before he stopped. By now, his entire body was surrounded by lightning, and his nascent divinity was constantly emitting the might of lightning. This was his limit. Wang Lin slowly sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to do breathing exercises. The Thunder Beast paced back and forth impatiently. After a while, it tried to take a step forward. After taking a few cautious steps, it immediately sensed the might of the lightning. It lay down on the ground and used the unique method of Thunder Beasts to absorb the lightning into its body and slowly refine it. Other than the sound of thunder, there was no other sound. Just like that, man and beast began to cultivate. After Wang Lin gradually adapted to this place, he was shocked. The might of the lightning here had already surpassed the one inside his body. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was made of lightning, it would have been very difficult for him to even stay at the edge. This is the best place to cultivate the Thunder Origin spell. Lightning moved through Wang Lin's eyes and he began to cultivate the Thunder Origin spell. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flew by in the distance outside the asteroid field. There was a Thunder Beast inside this bolt of lightning. Although this beast had no horns, there was a bulge on its head. It was obvious that it was growing. The lightning beast wore a set of black armor, causing it to look extremely malevolent. On its back sat a middle-aged man. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was expressionless as he charged toward the direction of the layer of shattered rocks. The Thunder Celestial Realm is about to open. This time, I need to absorb more origin energy from the Thunder Prison. He had rested enough. Tomorrow midnight, the real fame was about to begin. Chapter 722. The black-haired man rubbed the big head of the Thunder Beast he was sitting on. His eyes revealed a strange light, and he muttered to himself, "I just don't know what kind of treasures and celestial spells will appear in the Thunder Celestial Realm. I fear there will be another fierce battle between the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple." The corner of this person's mouth became gloomy. The Thunder Beast under him was extremely fast as it charged into the distance. Rumor has it that the mysterious heaven-defying bead first appeared in the southern domain of the Luo Tian continent. Due to the appearance of this bead, the power of thunder changed and turned into a thunder hell. It has become a wonderful place to cultivate thunder spells. The man's eyes lit up and he moved even faster. Wang Lin was inside the Thunder Lake, and the chant for the Thunder Origin spell went through his mind. After carefully comprehending it, Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and he placed them on his knees. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The Thunder Origin spell used a strange method to extract a trace of origin energy from the thunder and fuse it into the body to make it your own origin energy. This kind of spell was very rare and only second-step cultivators would have it. It was often viewed as a treasure and wouldn't be easily passed on to outsiders. This spell focused on entering the body of thunder. If one's cultivation level wasn't high enough, it would be the same as injuring the body. If one was a bit careless, their soul would be damaged, and in serious cases, they would immediately turn to ashes. However, this spell was very suitable for the current Wang Lin. His origin soul was thunder and his new body was made of thunder. In the eyes of the Thunder Beast, Wang Lin's entire body was made of thunder. Shortly after, Wang Lin slowly raised his hands. His expression was calm as his arms formed a seal. A large amount of ripples appeared out of nowhere. These ripples were formed by thunder and slowly spread out. That tremble actually contained 9 hand seals, which were unleashed at an incredible speed. It could achieve the same effect as a lightning seal, and the ripples were even more so. As the rumbles echoed, one of the strands of thunder in the Thunder Lake was attracted. It seemed to have found an outlet and immediately rushed over. It turned into a thunder dragon and let out a roar as it tried to devour. However, the moment it touched Wang Lin's body, it dissipated and rushed into Wang Lin's body. The thunder here was extremely strong, far stronger than normal thunder. After entering Wang Lin's body, it immediately roared. Wang Lin didn't move and his hands moved even faster to activate the Thunder Origin spell. His body was like a giant millstone that continued to rotate. He slowly squeezed the origin energy from the thunder into his body. This process lasted for a long time. The Thunder Origin spell said that the first time using this spell was very difficult. After all, the body had to resist the might of the thunder and absorb origin energy. It would take some time to adapt and adjust. However, Wang Lin didn't need to think that much. His body and origin soul were made of thunder, so even if the thunder entered his body, he would only feel a bit of discomfort, but he wouldn't be injured. At this moment, he was completely focused on squeezing the origin energy, so he naturally ignored the discomfort in his body. After a long time, the thunder that entered his body gradually collapsed. Under the operation of the Thunder Origin spell, it turned into a trace of impure origin energy. There was too little origin energy. If one didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to notice it. However, Wang Lin felt like he had found a treasure and was very excited. It has to be said that for first-step cultivators, origin energy was an extremely extravagant power. It was the key to reaching the Ascendant stage, and one could only obtain a bit of it when they reached the Ascendant stage. It was impossible to regenerate it. Converting origin energy from the heavens and earth was the spell of a second-step cultivator. If it weren't for all sorts of coincidences, Wang Lin wouldn't have been able to do this. He suppressed the ecstasy and excitement in his heart and carefully manipulated this trace of impure origin energy toward his origin soul. As long as it was absorbed by his origin soul, it would be compressed again and get rid of the impure origin energy. Although this trace of origin energy would be even smaller, it could still be used by him. At this moment, it was a very critical moment, so Wang Lin didn't dare to be careless. He focused all of his attention on controlling the mixed origin energy into his origin soul. However, just at this moment, a change suddenly occurred. This change caught Wang Lin off guard, and he didn't have time to control it at all. The moment the impure origin energy touched his origin soul, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins and immediately became violent. It entered his origin soul like crazy, but it didn't fuse with it. Instead, it moved like lightning and suddenly arrived between Wang Lin's eyebrows. That was where the heaven-defying bead was. This strand of mixed elemental energy, in an instant, actually blended into the heaven-defying bead. A rumbling sound that the outside world couldn't hear but Wang Lin could clearly hear echoed inside his body. It was as if he had been hit by a giant mountain. Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale and his origin soul and body trembled. The heaven-defying bead inside his origin soul didn't wait for Wang Lin to summon it. It automatically came out of his origin soul and floated out from between his eyebrows along with Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin stared at the scene before him and his mind trembled violently. The heaven-defying bead appeared once again. This time, it floated out of Wang Lin's body. The moment it appeared, the entire Thunder Lake became chaotic. Countless bolts of thunder turned into thunder dragons and charged out of the Thunder Lake. This caused a large amount of fluctuations and caused the surrounding rocks to be affected by the thunder. The Celestial Guard puppet immediately retreated far away so it wouldn't be affected. Even the Thunder Beast was awakened by the change in the Thunder Lake. It subconsciously retreated and didn't dare to get close. Wang Lin looked at the heaven-defying bead in the air. The confusion in his eyes became even stronger. Countless thunder dragons flew out from the Thunder Lake and entered the heaven-defying bead from all directions. This scene was extremely shocking. Wang Lin couldn't take his eyes off it. The heaven-defying bead slowly rotated. Every time it rotated, a large amount of thunder would be absorbed into it. Gradually, a purple light appeared. Wang Lin was too familiar with this scene. The same thing had happened not long ago. The purple light was blinding and suddenly spread out in all directions. The strange restrictive spell appeared once again. At the same time, the giant door appeared in front of Wang Lin once again. All of this was too strange. Wang Lin was shocked. He didn't know that the first time the heaven-defying bead had appeared in the world was here. All the strange changes here were caused by the appearance of the heaven-defying bead countless years ago. At this moment, Wang Lin had come here by accident and happened to bring the heaven-defying bead to the place where it had appeared in the past. However, this wasn't an accident. After Wang Lin's primordial spirit was injured, he had followed the comfortable feeling to this place. Although this place had the characteristics of the thunder dragons, more of it was the heaven-defying bead. The heaven-defying bead was the only one that had fused with Wang Lin's primordial spirit. It didn't have a fixed shape, so it could affect Wang Lin's primordial spirit. That comfortable feeling was actually emitted by the heaven-defying bead. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the 5 elements of the heaven-defying bead hadn't been completed yet. Without the heaven-defying bead that had recognized its master, even if it had brought Wang Lin here, there wouldn't have been any changes. However, the completion of the 5 elements caused the heaven-defying bead to change. When the giant door appeared, it meant that the heaven-defying bead had opened for the first time in Wang Lin's hands. This opening also meant that the bead had recognized its master. As a result, everything went smoothly. Wang Lin once again absorbed the heaven-defying bead into his primordial spirit. After the heaven-defying bead recognized its master, it came to the place where it had first appeared and opened it with the origin energy of the heavens and earth. If any one of the karmic factors were missing, there wouldn't have been this change. Over the countless years of the heaven-defying bead, only Wang Lin had reached this step. The enormous door once again appeared, flickering with violet light. It was as if heaven and earth, as well as everything else in the world, even the surrounding pools of lightning, had turned violet. The thunder and lightning had also turned into purple lightning. The appearance of the door caused a sense of awe to appear in Wang Lin's body. Although he had experienced it once before, his body still trembled. However, his eyes were filled with an unyielding light. As the purple light spread out, the giant arm outside the door appeared once more, but this time it caused Wang Lin's heart to skip a beat. That was because the moment the arm appeared, it immediately caused countless bolts of purple lightning to attack it. Amidst the loud rumbling sounds, countless bolts of lightning wrapped around the giant arm, making it seem as if the arm was being restrained. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the arm. After pondering for a bit, he clenched his teeth and flew toward the giant door. If the arm hadn't been bound by the lightning, then even if the door appeared again, Wang Lin wouldn't have chosen to enter. However, he had a feeling that if he missed this rare opportunity, then he would never be able to pry into the mysteries of the door. Although his speed was fast, he left himself some room. If the giant arm managed to break free from the lightning, then he would immediately turn tail and flee. Closer, closer and closer. The arm began to move. However, the lightning on the arm was like a chain that immediately restrained it, causing the arm's movement to slow down. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he increased his speed. He turned into a bolt of lightning that shot toward the giant door. As he neared, the door opened a crack. The moment the crack opened, everything in the world seemed to stop. Wang Lin's body also stopped outside the crack. His eyes widened as his mind seemed to be sucked into the door. What he saw caused Wang Lin's body to tremble violently. It was as if his nascent soul had left his body, and he couldn't feel the existence of his fleshly body. His entire body was in a place with no beginning, no end, and no end. Chapter 723. This is the heaven-defying beads space. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized this place. He was too familiar with this place. The surroundings were filled with chaos, and there were some glowing objects that would occasionally appear and disappear. Under Wang Lin's gaze, the glowing objects immediately began to change. It was as if Wang Lin's gaze was a catalyst. The glowing object he was looking at suddenly began to expand. The speed at which it expanded was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it became infinitely large. Finally, to Wang Lin's astonishment, it turned into a ball of light the size of a planet. A vast aura came from the ball of light. This aura was filled with vitality. This vitality was extremely pure without any impurities. It was like a newborn baby. Shortly after, pieces of gray dust appeared around the ball of light. It was as if they were being sucked into the ball of light. Soon, the dust gathered together and formed a continent. Some of the dust formed rivers and seas. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a planet. The spiritual energy on this planet was very dense. Aside from the fact that there were no mortals, this planet was no different from a cultivation planet in the outside world. While he was still in shock, the planet suddenly changed and began to degenerate at an even faster speed. It was as if time was flowing backward. In the blink of an eye, it turned back into a glowing object. It became smaller and smaller until it was only faintly discernible. Wang Lin's mind gradually lost consciousness as the glowing object changed. His entire person was immersed in this both familiar and strange space. Time slowly passed as if there was no end. Wang Lin had already forgotten everything. He was in a strange state as he floated in this endless space. Every time he looked into the distance, he would see the strange scene of the glowing object. As he looked at it more and more, Wang Lin slowly felt a mysterious power. This power was everywhere. He subconsciously wanted to find the source of this power. At this moment, he didn't even notice that the scene in front of him was very similar to how he had comprehended the heavenly Tao when he had become a mortal, and how he had searched for the cycle of life and death. Subconsciously, he began to search for the source of this power. Time passed, but he didn't care. He didn't stop. It was as if he had become a wandering soul in this illusory world, constantly searching. Wang Lin was searching for Tao. He was searching for the end of Tao. It was as if everything in this world had become the distant past. It was like a shattered void that could no longer cause any ripples in his heart. Those who seek Tao live in the morning and die in the evening, that's enough. Those who seek Tao forget life and death, that's enough. The search has no end, no end. Wang Lin didn't know how many planets of light he had seen turn into and then turn back into the void. Every time, he wanted to catch that trace of Tao. But every time, he didn't succeed. Gradually, he understood that he was getting closer and closer to the trace of Tao. The arrival of Tao only took an instant before it turned into nothingness again. Wang Lin's search for Tao, in his confusion, seemed to have grasped a thread. The mysterious power he was searching for seemed to be an existence that surpassed natural laws. This kind of understanding was very faint but very profound. There was no beginning and no end. He searched and searched. Where his gaze was, it was as if the Tao was there, but when he looked away, the Tao was no longer there. This was a very vague feeling, but it was like flowing water that slowly flowed into Wang Lin's mind. Gradually, he felt like he was about to catch the trace of Tao and find the source of that mysterious power. In this process that he didn't know how many years had passed, he saw a planet. This planet wasn't formed by glowing objects, but was a natural existence. The life force on this planet was very weak, but it was filled with warmth and gentleness. Next to this planet were two slightly smaller planets. They were very close to each other, and they exuded an aura of attachment. As Wang Lin approached, one of the smaller planets immediately stirred. It was filled with joy and a strong sense of adoration. The moment he saw these 3 planets, Wang Lin was shocked as if he had discovered something. He subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he didn't notice at all that in his current state, he didn't have a body at all. However, his hand still appeared. It was as if he could manifest it with just a thought in his mind. His hand gently stroked the air, and faint ripples appeared in the air. Because of these ripples, the 3 planets immediately dissipated and turned into 3 rays of light that fused into Wang Lin's hand. Wang Lin stopped searching for the Tao. In his daze, he could sense that the Tao was right here. As he stopped moving, his mind slowly calmed down. His entire body unconsciously turned into a glowing object. As time passed, the glowing object he had turned into gradually expanded, absorbing the surrounding dust. A planet appeared. The mountains on this planet were spectacular, the rivers were beautiful, and the land was heavy. Even the sea was as blue as the sky, as if it could contain the heavens and earth. In the northern part of the planet there was a family with 2 people living there. One was a man, the other was a woman. Their lives were peaceful, without any disturbances. It was as if they could have anything they wanted, including the countless mortals in the surrounding villages. On this day, in the southern part of the planet, a beam of light pierced through the sky. Within the beam of light was a woman wearing a white robe. She was beautiful and as gentle as water. Her long, black hair floated about her face, and she gently tucked it behind her ear. As she flew, her eyes filled with confusion. She looked down at the land, pursed her lips, and softly said, "Why does this heaven and earth give me such a familiar feeling?" She was silent for a long time. Finally, she shook her head and disappeared like a beam of light. "I want to find the answer." The woman's determined voice echoed in the wind. Time passed slowly, as if it would last forever. Over the course of countless years, this planet gradually changed. The only things that didn't change were 3 people. 2 of them lived peaceful lives, and the last one continued to search for the answer, all the way until the end of the day, when the Tao arrived. The land dissipated, and the planet no longer existed. The 3 people turned into 3 sources of light that floated off into the distance within a giant palm. The palm dissipated, and along with it, Wang Lin's will. "Is this the Tao?" Wang Lin's voice echoed throughout the land of nothingness. Everything he had been searching for, the end of it all, was himself. "I'm in a good state today, so I'll write 4 more chapters. Total word count, 11,000. Great fellow Taoists, do you welcome me?" Chapter 724. He himself was Tao. The heavens and earth were made up of countless Taos, and this Tao was him. Wherever he looked, the countless glowing bodies would change. From life to death, from death to life. This was his life and death reincarnation Tao. The cycle of cause and effect. If there was cause and effect, there would naturally be cause. Just like Li Muan's search for answers, just like Wang Ping and Qing Yi's ordinary life, this was his Tao of cause and effect. In a trance, Wang Lin felt like he understood something, but at the same time, he didn't understand anything. This kind of confusion was like a tide that fluctuated in his mind. It became more and more intense until it turned into waves. Under the waves, his mind was shaken. He had awakened. The moment his mind became clear, Wang Lin felt like his origin soul was pushed out by a powerful force. When he opened his eyes, he was still standing outside the giant door between heaven and earth. Nothing changed around him. Thunder was still roaring, and the purple light was still spreading. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a dream that Wang Lin's mind was in a trance before he entered the door. So unreal, yet so real. The door opened a crack, but in his eyes, it slowly closed and disappeared, including the arm that was entangled by the purple lightning. All the purple light shrank and turned into the heaven-defying bead. There was a mysterious change on this bead. The 5 elements engraved on it disappeared, and were replaced by yin and yang. Yang was the sun and yin was the moon. They each occupied half of the heaven-defying bead and didn't fuse with each other. It floated toward Wang Lin's forehead and automatically entered. Wang Lin was still standing in the air, motionless. His eyes slowly closed, but the unreal scene was still echoing in his mind. Vaguely, he had an epiphany. As he stood there, it was as if he had once again forgotten the passage of time. The only thing left in his mind was the comprehension that kept reverberating in his mind. Bit by bit, he engraved the truth that he had felt in that unreal dream into his heart. Wang Lin knew that everything in this dream was simply too precious. This level of preciousness was simply a great opportunity. He couldn't tell anyone, couldn't explain it, and didn't dare to say it. He even had a feeling that if it was Tian Yunzi and company, they would give up everything for this opportunity. Even if they had to give up planet Tian Yun and all their treasures, Tian Yunzi and company would not hesitate to seek Tao this time. That was because it was very likely that this Tao seeking would open the door to the mysterious third step that they had been searching for tens of thousands of years, the dream they had been dreaming of, and the dream they had been desperately seeking. Those who seek Tao live in the morning and die in the evening. Those who seek Tao forget life and death. Wang Lin didn't know the full value of the heaven-defying bead, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. It was something he would never forget and was extremely shocked. The path of seeking Tao didn't allow his cultivation level to increase, but it allowed his Tao to sublimate. Before, when Wang Lin stood before the giant door, he would feel a sense of awe from the depths of his soul. This was because the level was different. It was like a person looking at an ant. Their state of mind would naturally be different. However, although Wang Lin's state of mind hadn't reached the level of the door, he was still an ant. However, this ant was an ant that had seen the third step. He had seen the third step. With his mind immersed, the lake of thunder below Wang Lin seemed to be attracted by something. The thunderous rumbles spread across the area and shook the heavens. At this moment, a ray of thunder came from the layer of rubble. Inside the thunder was the armored thunder beast, and on its back was the black-haired man. His eyes were filled with vigilance as he charged into the depths of the rubble. When he got close to this layer of rubble, he immediately felt that something was wrong. The fluctuations of the thunder were too intense, much different from when he was here before. There was even an unimaginably powerful aura inside this thunder that shocked the black-haired man and made him extremely cautious. He slowly passed through the layer of rubble. He was very familiar with this place. After all, he had come here many times to cultivate the Thunder Origin spell, but this time had never shocked him like this. His speed was very fast. After an unknown amount of time, he got closer and closer to the Thunder Prison. The closer he got, the stronger the feeling of fear became. What is happening up ahead? The black-haired man's expression was gloomy. His cultivation was at the corporeal yang stage, and was about to reach the peak of the corporeal yang stage. Then, he could enter the nirvana scryer stage. With his cultivation level, unless it was a powerful cultivator that had reached the second step, there weren't many things that could make him feel fear. However, at this moment, this feeling became stronger and stronger. After hesitating for a bit, he clenched his teeth, and the thunder beast under him charged through the last piece of rubble. He saw the familiar thunder pool before him. With one glance, he saw Wang Lin above the thunder pool. The current Wang Lin was simply too strange in the eyes of the black-haired man. Wang Lin was floating in the air, and lightning was moving around his body. Large amounts of thunder roared out from his body, and his hair moved without any wind. The size of the lightning pool caused the black-haired man to suck in a breath of cold air. The lightning pool before him made him feel as if he had come to the wrong place. Compared to the last time he had come here, the lightning pool had actually shrunk by almost half. It was originally endless, but now it seemed like he could see the end if he looked at it. The appearance of this person was like a stone being thrown into a calm pool of water, creating invisible ripples. Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. This was a pair of indescribable eyes that seemed to contain the heavens and the earth, as well as all the laws of the world. It was as if this gaze could see through the heavens and the earth. It was just like the giant arm that had appeared outside the door. It was shocking, and it made the soul tremble. Anyone who saw this gaze couldn't help but feel the reverence of an ant. These eyes contained the true memories of Wang Lin's dream. At this moment, it was as if he was the heavens, as if he was the earth, as if he was the heavens. This was the aura of the third step. Wang Lin's eyes weren't focused at this moment. They were calm and filled with confusion as he casually glanced at the black-haired man. When this gaze landed on the black-haired man, it was as if countless bolts of lightning were striking him. It was as if he had cultivated the thunder origin art and had attracted more lightning than he could handle. His entire body seemed to be fixed in place, and he didn't move at all. At this moment, the only thing left in his world was Wang Lin's gaze. At this moment there was only this gaze in his life. The thunder rumbled in his ears, but it felt like it was very far away. He could hear it clearly, but he couldn't feel it. He didn't understand what kind of gaze this was, but this gaze contained a mysterious power that far surpassed his imagination. This power tore through his eyes, rushed into his mind, and shook his entire body. Thump, thump, thump. His heartbeat reached its limit, as if it was about to explode. At this moment, all the blood in his body began to circulate like crazy, along with all the origin energy in his body. At this moment, he was extremely shocked. It felt like if he didn't circulate his origin energy, he would collapse under this gaze. What kind of power is this? The black-haired man couldn't move his body at all. The origin energy in his body cycled like crazy. Even if it dissipated, even if it was wasted, he didn't care. His mouth was dry and his body was covered in sweat. His clothes were already soaked, but at this moment, he seemed to have gone crazy and couldn't move his gaze away. With his cultivation level, this was the first time he had felt such a terrifying power. Even when he faced the Thunder Celestial Temple Lord, he didn't feel this terrifying. Wang Lin's gaze calmly looked at the black-haired man. Traces of Tao-seeking remained in his eyes. He only saw a person. It didn't matter if it was a cultivator or a mortal. It was as if at this moment, the other person was only an ant in his eyes. In the dreamland of seeking the Tao, his gaze was the Tao. Wherever his gaze went, the glowing object would expand and rapidly complete its life. At this moment, his eyes fell on the black-haired man with such a gaze. This person was like the glowing object in the dream. However, he was not slowly expanding. Instead, he was rapidly dissipating from his current state. Layer by layer, it didn't stop. The shock in the black-haired man's eyes had reached its peak. He had never felt so close to death before. When the black-haired man's gaze landed on him, he immediately felt his primordial spirit burning. The origin energy in his body, at this moment, seemed to be out of his control. It immediately turned into a ball of invisible flames. The other person's gaze contained a terrifying power that made it so he couldn't resist at all. It was as if the heavens were telling him to go back. Go back. It was as if he was an ant, and the fear from the depths of his soul spread throughout his body. Not only him, but the thunder beast he was sitting on felt this even more. Its body began to rapidly disintegrate like dust. All of this happened in an instant. The Tao-seeking in Wang Lin's eyes disappeared. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The black-haired man's entire body collapsed as he woke up from that terrifying feeling. His body was drenched in sweat and more than half of the origin energy in his body had dissipated. His origin soul had shrunk by a size and his body was extremely weak. He stared at Wang Lin, and the horror in his eyes occupied his entire mind. Too terrifying! What kind of gaze is this? What cultivation level is this person at? The black-haired man gasped. His body trembled and his face was pale. He deeply regretted coming here. If he didn't come here, he wouldn't have experienced that terrifying scene just now. He didn't doubt that if the mysterious power in the other person's eyes continued to stare at him for a few more breaths, his body would immediately collapse and all signs of life would be erased. He wouldn't even be able to escape with his origin soul. The thunder beast beneath him was the same. It stared at Wang Lin with fear in its eyes. With the thunder beast's pride, it wouldn't surrender even if it died. But facing that gaze, it wasn't as simple as death. It was a pressure that came from a higher level. This was the third chapter. There was still one more chapter, asking for monthly votes. Today was a rare fourth chapter. In order to ensure there would be a fourth chapter in the future, he had to give his ears some motivation. Chapter 725. In the eyes of the black-haired man, Wang Lin's image was infinitely larger. The black-haired man even believed that no one in the Luotian star system could remain unscathed under that gaze. Even the temple master of the Thunder Celestial Temple couldn't do it. In particular, that gaze was filled with disdain. It was as if the world was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. This feeling caused the black-haired man's body to tremble violently. Even with his arrogant heart, he had never felt a sense of reverence toward the person before him. When the difference in strength wasn't too great, with this person's personality, he would have wanted to resist. However, when he felt that this person was so strong that he couldn't challenge him at all, and no one he had met in his life could compare to him, the only thing that rose in his heart was to submit. Dao Yan, that scene just now was definitely the legendary Dao Yan. The horror in the black-haired man's eyes was replaced by reverence. His mind trembled and his body trembled. When he thought about the words Dao Yan, he became even more excited and terrified. Mortals had nightmare demons, and cultivators also had Dao Yan. However, this Dao Yan was only a legend. The black-haired man only knew that countless years ago, a person appeared in the Luotian star system. This person only used his own power and used a spell to defeat all the second-step cultivators in the Luotian star system. Aside from a few people, most of the second-step cultivators didn't even have time to use a spell or magical treasure before they lost. That person was very disappointed. He turned around and left. At that time, one of the Luotian star system cultivators mustered up the courage to ask the name of the spell. What he got in return was a calm sentence. This spell is called Dao Yan. I didn't create it, but you all know it. The black-haired man took a deep breath and immediately got off the thunder beast. He respectfully stood to the side. At this moment, he was no longer under Wang Lin's gaze. He immediately noticed that there was a person sitting on a rock not far away. At first glance, the black-haired man was stunned. He could naturally tell that it was a puppet. Then, he saw the silver-horned lightning beast at the edge of the lightning pool. As soon as he arrived, Wang Lin's gaze fell on him, preventing him from seeing his surroundings. Now that he saw this scene, his face was filled with shock once again. Silver-horned thunder beast. Illusory puppet. Could he also be an emissary of the Hall of Thunder and Lightning? The black-haired man couldn't believe it. It wasn't that he doubted Wang Lin's identity, but that such a powerful cultivator was a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Before he could think too much, Wang Lin opened his eyes once again. This time, his gaze had returned to normal. Not only was the black-haired man terrified, even Wang Lin was shocked by what had happened. That feeling just now, could it be the third step? Wang Lin silently pondered. That feeling could only be encountered and not sought. He vaguely felt like he had grasped something, but his cultivation level was too low. This feeling could only exist in his heart and he couldn't completely understand it. That unreal dream had opened the door to the third step for him. If everyone in the Luotian star system and the Alliance star system knew about this, they would go crazy. For people like Tian Yunzi, their greatest pursuit was to reach the third step. For this third step, they were willing to do anything. In their eyes, the third step was untraceable. They didn't know the direction or how to move forward. They wandered in confusion and searched bitterly. However, due to the heaven-defying bead, Wang Lin was able to obtain an unimaginable opportunity from outside the crack. Sometimes fate is like this. After seeing the Tao of the third step, Wang Lin's future achievements were unpredictable and unimaginable. Junior is a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple, Shengong Hu. Greetings, Senior. The black-haired man immediately prostrated on the ground. He used an action that he had only done when he became a disciple to express the fanatical respect in his heart. If an outsider saw this, they would be extremely shocked. It has to be said that Shengong Hu was extremely arrogant and ruthless. Even among the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple, he was a very difficult person to deal with. Many cultivation families didn't want to easily provoke him. Most importantly, this person's talent was amazing. Even the Thunder Celestial Temple Lord said that Shengong Hu's talent could be ranked in the top 30 in the Luotian star system. This person hadn't cultivated for long, only 1,000 years. However, in 1,000 years, he had reached the peak of the corporeal yang stage. This kind of terror was even more terrifying than his ruthless nature. Because no one knew where his limit was. Perhaps in the next moment, he would truly reach the second step. Wang Lin's body didn't move and his eyes were calm as he calmly looked at Shengong Hu. Although his cultivation hadn't changed after seeing the Tao of the third step, his mentality had undergone a drastic change. His soul was essentially different. At this moment, even if he stood before Tian Yunzi, he wouldn't feel nervous at all. It was as if a mortal knew and saw the spells of a celestial. Even if he saw a mortal emperor, he would still dare to look up without any fear. Under Wang Lin's gaze, although Shengong Hu didn't feel the terror from before, his heart still trembled. The terrifying memory from before had been deeply imprinted in his mind and wouldn't disappear until he died. In truth, this kind of thing was a great opportunity for him. If Tian Yunzi and the others had a choice, they wouldn't hesitate to experience it themselves if they couldn't get the bead. Even the lightning beast beside him lowered its head. There was not the slightest bit of arrogance on its face. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "What is it?" His state of mind was still in that unreal dream, and even his tone was the same. Moreover, although this person was a corporeal yang cultivator, his mind was greatly damaged. His Tao heart was weak, so it was already very difficult for him to display the strength of an illusory yin cultivator. As for the Thunder Beast, it didn't even dare to raise its head. It was obvious that the scene from before had terrified it. Wang Lin's simple words stunned Shengong Hu. He quickly and respectfully said, "Junior." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin waved his right hand and slowly said, "If there is nothing else, then quickly leave." Wang Lin was going to carefully study the change in the heaven-defying bead. The power of this thing was far beyond his imagination. Just opening a crack allowed him to see the Tao of the third step. If it was completely opened, Wang Lin's heart pounded like crazy. He couldn't imagine it. Furthermore, the dream this time had caused his cultivation to show signs of relaxing. He was not far from the peak of the first step of cultivation. Shengong Hu felt that Wang Lin's attitude was very normal. Experts should be like this. He had disturbed Senior's cultivation, so Senior not killing him was already a great kindness. Thinking about that gaze from before, Shengong Hu didn't doubt that Senior had let him go. Otherwise, he would without a doubt be dead. His trembling mind and shock had turned into monstrous fanaticism and reverence. He took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Senior, Junior is Shengong Hu, a member of the Shengong family in the southern domain of the Luotian continent. I'm a level 2 messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple and a corporeal yang cultivator. I beg to join Senior." It wasn't that he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation, but that terrifying gaze made him completely ignore it. He even thought that this was a real expert. Even if a real expert hid their cultivation, they had to make it so that it was impossible to see through them, as if they were a real ascendant cultivator. Join? Wang Lin was startled and looked at Shengong Hu. Shengong Hu quickly and respectfully said, Junior's cultivation is not high enough, so I know I'm not qualified to join Senior. However, Junior is extremely sincere, and there are many cultivation families that want to join Junior. If Senior has any requests, Junior will do his best to satisfy them. Junior also knows that these mortal things are not worthy of Senior's attention. I only hope that Senior can consider Junior's sincerity and allow Junior to join. Wang Lin frowned. After pondering a bit, he shook his head. He couldn't use the spell he just used. He could tell at a glance that this person was an arrogant person. Once Shengong Hu found out about this, it would cause some unnecessary trouble. Shengong Hu saw Wang Lin shake his head and immediately said, Senior, Junior is sincere. No matter what happens in the future, I won't regret it and won't bother Senior. As long as Senior gives me a few pointers when I break through, Junior is willing to offer my Tao soul and ask Senior to join me for 1,000 years. As he spoke, his hand formed a seal and pressed it against his forehead. A black ball of light floated up from his head. This ball of light contained his domain and Tao intent. In the Luo Tian star system, those who relied on others could choose what they wanted to rely on. However, this Tao soul was the highest standard, and it was also the strictest. Once the Tao soul was controlled by someone, although it wouldn't be a matter of life and death, it could affect one's Tao heart. Offering his Tao soul showed Shengong Hu's sincerity. He was truly frightened by Wang Lin's gaze from before. He had a vague feeling that if he let this opportunity go, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Shengong Hu trusted this feeling a lot. He had made many important decisions in his life because of this strange feeling. At this moment, this feeling was unprecedentedly strong, and it strengthened his belief. Looking at Shengong Hu, who had offered his Tao soul, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Although he didn't know this Tao soul, he knew what it represented. After pondering for a long time, Wang Lin slowly said, You won't regret it? Shengong Hu immediately respectfully said, Junior definitely won't regret it. Wang Lin no longer wasted time. He waved his hand and Shengong Hu's Tao soul appeared in his hand. He swallowed it and fused it with his origin soul. After putting away the Tao soul, Wang Lin calmly asked, Why did you come here? The Thunder Celestial Realm is about to open, so Junior plans to use this place to cultivate origin energy. Shengong Hu bitterly smiled. 4 chapters, one more chapter than yesterday. Fellow cultivators, I have offered my sincerity without reservation. I beg for your sincerity. In addition, today is the weekend, so whether or not the Renegade Celestial Realm can continue for 3 weeks after midnight will depend on you. I said before that I want the Renegade Celestial Realm to stay on the recommendation list for a long time. Please help me achieve it. Finally, I beg for monthly votes. Monthly votes. Recommendation votes. Secure 5th place. Chapter 726. Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he felt Shengong Hu's Tao soul inside his origin soul. This person's domain was very similar to Ling Tianho's domineering domain, but there were also some differences. Wang Lin didn't understand Shengong Hu's life, so he couldn't see the whole picture. Wang Lin calmly said, How long until the Thunder Celestial Realm opens? Shengong Hu respectfully said, In another 10 years, the Thunder Celestial Realm will open. At that time, you can enter with the Thunder Furnace. Wang Lin pondered a bit. He was very interested in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Back in the Rain Celestial Realm, he couldn't absorb celestial jades, but now he had the power to absorb a large amount of celestial jades. If he went to the Thunder Celestial Realm, his cultivation would definitely be complete. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he looked at Shengong Hu. The Celestial Realm is damaged. What is the restriction on the cultivation level of those who enter? Shengong Hu was startled and hesitated for a moment. It was obvious that he had some speculations because of Wang Lin's words. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he calmly said, "The old man is not someone from the Luo Tian star system." All the distracting thoughts in Shingong Hu's mind were swept away. He thought of this answer almost at the same time Wang Lin spoke. In his heart, this kind of origin was more in line with Wang Lin's identity. "Senior, my Luo Tian star system's Thunder Celestial Realm isn't too damaged. The restriction on cultivation is peak late stage ascendant. However, with the help of the Thunder Celestial Temple's secret method, some second-step cultivators can enter, provided they don't have the strength of an early-stage Nirvana Scryer cultivator." Wang Lin nodded and asked for more details. The Thunder Celestial Realm was similar to the Rain Celestial Realm. After all, countless years ago, the Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning Celestial Realms were all passages to the ancient Celestial Realm. After understanding the situation, Wang Lin looked at Shingong Hu, who wanted to say something, but stopped. He calmly said, "Fine, you can stay and cultivate, but don't disturb the old man." Shingong Hu quickly nodded. His purpose for coming here was to cultivate, but now he was seriously injured and his cultivation had dropped a lot. If he left, it would be very difficult to find a better place to cultivate in just 10 years. Also, just healing his injuries would waste a lot of time. It was very likely that he would only have just recovered when the Thunder Celestial Realm opened in 10 years. Now that he heard Wang Lin agree to let him stay, Shingong Hu's heart was filled with gratitude. In truth, with his intelligence, he wouldn't be like this. However, his Tao heart had already given up. Subconsciously, Wang Lin's gaze had completely shocked him. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and no longer paid attention to Shingong Hu. He turned around and walked towards the depths of the thunder pool. At first, Shingong Hu didn't notice, but shortly after, he let out a sigh. Wang Lin was indeed worthy of being an expert. The thunder in this thunder pool was not ordinary. Even with his cultivation, he could only take 50 steps and couldn't take another half a step. However, now his gaze followed Wang Lin and watched as Wang Lin walked step by step until he was 100 steps away and sat down. Shingong Hu took a deep breath and the respect in his eyes became even stronger. He was injured, so he carefully took 10 steps before he couldn't take it anymore. He quickly sat down and used the Thunder Origin spell to absorb the thunder into his body to cultivate. His thunder beast also cautiously took a few steps forward. Its giant head would occasionally look at Wang Lin, who was 100 steps away, and reveal a deep sense of fear. Based on its instincts as a spirit beast, its fear of Wang Lin's gaze was several times stronger than Shingong Hu's. That gaze almost caused it to lose its wit. It was as if it had returned to its origin. This was something that had never happened before. Even now, it was still very afraid of Wang Lin. Just as he was about to lie down, a roar came from the distance. Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast walked over. When it passed by Shingong Hu's thunder beast, it viciously stared at it. Shingong Hu's thunder beast immediately retreated a few steps and didn't dare to get close. Its pride had been shattered by Wang Lin's gaze. Otherwise, with its current state, it wouldn't have submitted like this. The silver-horned thunder beast shook its head and walked over proudly. It happily took 10 steps into the thunder pool and lay down to absorb the thunder. In the distance, the celestial guard puppet was sitting on a piece of rock. Its eyes were shining brightly as it occasionally stared at Shingong Hu. 100 steps was Wang Lin's current limit, and this was because he had reached the 3rd step. His soul sublimated. Looking at the thunder, he seemed to see some strange changes. These changes were similar to when he used the heavenly chop. Wang Lin walked 100 steps before he couldn't take it anymore. He sat down and began to absorb the thunder into his body. He used the Thunder Origin spell to extract the impure origin energy and refine it. As time passed, large amounts of lightning gathered from all directions like silver snakes and were absorbed into his body. Under the circulation of the lightning yuan technique, strands of energy were slowly extracted and fused into his soul, nourishing it. An extremely comfortable feeling slowly filled Wang Lin's body. When Wang Lin reached the ascendant stage, he had more origin energy than normal ascendant cultivators due to Zhou Yi's ascendant crystal. This meant that his path to the ascendant stage would be very smooth. However, using the heavenly chop, especially during the battle with Thunder Daoist, had consumed too much origin energy, and his cultivation was on the verge of falling. Origin energy was very difficult to replenish for first-step cultivators. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin had a Thunder origin soul, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. The origin energy fused with Wang Lin's origin soul and nourished his origin soul. This caused the origin energy that had fused with his origin soul to slowly recover. This process was very slow. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and thunder ripples spread out. 10 times the amount of thunder was immediately attracted and entered Wang Lin's body. Even he couldn't help but feel a burst of numbness. Wang Lin took a deep breath and immediately began to refine it. Wang Lin's actions caused a series of explosions that awakened Shengong Hu. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Wang Lin in the distance, his pupils shrank. Senior is indeed worthy of being called senior. He dared to attract so much thunder into his body from 100 steps away without changing his expression. If I was in senior's position and attracted so much thunder, not only would my body have to withstand it, but even my origin soul would have been injured. Shengong Hu's eyes became even more fanatical. It looks like I need to work harder. Shengong Hu closed his eyes and attracted a bit more thunder into his body. His body trembled and he quickly began to absorb it. 10 times the amount of thunder entered his body. Wang Lin used the Thunder Origin spell to suppress the thunder, causing the origin energy in his origin soul to recover faster. However, it was still far from a complete recovery. After all, only a sliver of origin energy was absorbed by the Thunder Origin spell. After removing the impurities, there was very little left. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Wang Lin hadn't moved at all. However, he had changed from 10 times to 20 times. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a human-shaped piece of metal that had been thrown into a pool of thunder, attracting the surrounding thunder like crazy. As for Shengong Hu, he had worked even harder during these 2 years, and his injuries had gradually recovered. During these 2 years, Wang Lin had also observed Shengong Hu. This person's cultivation method was also the Thunder Origin spell, but Wang Lin could only absorb a sliver of the same Thunder Origin spell. However, when it entered Shengong Hu's body, it was more than 10 times more. As he observed, he gradually found some clues. This had a lot to do with how much origin energy he had. The more origin energy he had, the more it would be converted. It was this characteristic that caused the difference between each realm in the second step of cultivation. During these 2 years, Wang Lin had deeply engraved everything he had experienced in the third step into his heart. He often comprehended it and gained some benefit. On this day, he stood up and the thunder around him crackled as it flowed into the pool of thunder. This change attracted Shengong Hu's attention. He opened his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. The passion in his eyes hadn't lessened at all, and there was even a hint of anticipation. Wang Lin ignored Shengong Hu and looked into the distance. This pool of thunder was too big. Even though it had shrunk by half because of the heaven-defying bead, just looking at it was still shocking. At this moment, Wang Lin was only at the edge of the pool of thunder. He was too far away from the center of the pool of thunder. The closer the thunder was to the center, the stronger it was, and the more origin energy it contained. It could even be said that the origin energy contained within 100 thunderbolts at the edge couldn't compare to the origin energy contained within 1 bolt at the center. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin raised his foot and walked forward. His heart was calm and even a hint of caution. However, Shengong who was not far away, was extremely excited. He stared at Wang Lin and secretly rejoiced. I can finally see some of Senior's spells. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I must watch carefully, maybe I can comprehend something. His excitement was no less than when he broke through to the illusory Yin realm from the first step of cultivation. In fact, it was several times more intense. The reason why he wanted to cultivate here was not only because it was suitable for healing, but also because he wanted to follow Wang Lin and receive pointers from him. He could even watch Wang Lin's spells from afar. He had waited for 2 years, and now, his opportunity had finally come. Without any hesitation, Shengong who dispersed the thunder around his body and focused on Wang Lin's every move. He was going to remember everything. Even the armored thunder beast next to him raised its head and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. Its eyes were filled with awe and expectation. Only Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast rolled its eyes and didn't even look at Wang Lin. It was as if it was sleeping, lying there and breathing out thunder and lightning. 5th in the monthly votes and 4th in the recommendation vote. This is an unprecedented result. Thank you everyone. Chapter 727. Only by going deeper and absorbing the thunder can I increase my speed. If I stay at the edge and absorb 10 times the amount of thunder, it might seem like the same thing, but the difference is huge. Wang Lin silently stared at the center of the pool of lightning and took the first step forward. That step landed on the pool of lightning, causing ripples of thunder to spread out. Countless bolts of thunder immediately rumbled toward him. Wang Lin's eyes glowed with electricity. His nascent divinity was like a heart. Although it wasn't beating, the might of thunder was fusing into his body. His fleshly body was formed from thunder, so there was no obstruction in his body at all. The might of thunder from his nascent divinity spread out, creating a series of explosions around him. As the explosions echoed out, Wang Lin took another step forward. A thunder tempest appeared within the pool of lightning. As it howled, massive amounts of thunder descended. It was like a true hell of lightning, preventing any living thing from advancing. The tempest of thunder contained a vast might of thunder. Compared to the might of Wang Lin's nascent divinity, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. This place is very strange, thought Wang Lin. The might of the thunder is too shocking. As soon as his foot landed, a huge boom echoing out in all directions. He didn't stop. He continued forward, taking 10 steps in a row. Each of those 10 steps caused a huge boom that was even louder than the sound of thunder. It was as if the entire world was shaking. Wang Lin moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had taken 10 steps, and the sounds seemed to superimpose on each other. Rumbling sounds filled the air, shaking the entire pool of lightning. Huge waves of lightning rose up, and the entire area seemed to be covered by lightning. It was a shocking sight. Wang Lin's foot could no longer take another step. He was still at the edge of the pool of lightning, but his nascent divinity felt as if it couldn't bear it, as if he took another step, his nascent divinity would be injured. My nascent divinity swallowed half an ancient thunder dragon, and my fleshly body is formed from thunder. I'm no different from real thunder, but even so, I have to stop here. The thunder here is simply too powerful. Wang Lin's heart was filled with unwillingness as he stared at the pool of lightning. Not far away, Shengong who frowned, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. The fervor in his eyes dimmed. He looked at Wang Lin and thought, that can't be right. With Senior's cultivation level, how could he stop here? Could it be? His eyes lit up. Even the thunder beast next to him was staring at him intently, and the fear in its eyes had dissipated. The silver-horned thunder beast still didn't move its eyes and continued to cultivate. It was as if it already knew this would happen. As Wang Lin stood there for a long time, the disappointment in Shengong whose eyes became even stronger. He let out a sigh. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to see the powerful spell of the person he had attached himself to, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything. This strong contrast caused his fervent respect for Wang Lin to extinguish quite a bit, and his Tao heart slowly recovered. Although 100 steps is an insurmountable gap for me, once I break through to the early stage of Nirvana Scryer, I can definitely cross 100 steps. However, as a senior, how could he only have this little strength? Shengong, whose expression remained calm as he carefully observed with a gloomy gaze. Wang Lin looked at the Thunder Lake before him. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. Everything around him had disappeared, and the only thing that existed was this Thunder Lake. It was just like when he saw the heaven-defying bead through the crack outside the heaven and earth gate. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten about his own physical body. All he could see was the countless thunderbolts roaming about in the thunder pool. After an unknown amount of time, when he forgot about time and everything, Wang Lin's body moved. He casually took a step forward. That step was neither hot nor cold, but at the instant his foot landed, a bolt of lightning shot out from the lightning pool, and that bolt of lightning was right under his feet. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin had stepped on a ray of thunder. Shengong, whose originally dim and fervent gaze was startled. He vaguely seemed to understand something, but it was also blurry. The armored thunder beast next to him was also startled. The beast's eyes narrowed as it looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was expressionless, and his eyes revealed an ethereal gaze. He took another step, and the moment his foot landed, a bolt of thunder appeared. It was as if it was welcoming Wang Lin's step, and it supported his foot. Shortly after, Wang Lin took another step. One step, another step. From start to finish, he was extremely casual. It was as if he wasn't stepping into the Thunder Lake, but into his own backyard. Every time his foot landed, there would be a ray of thunder under his foot. Shengong, whose eyes suddenly widened and were filled with terror. He sucked in a breath of cold air, and the fanaticism that had dissipated immediately showed signs of recovering. The disappointment in his heart was raised once more as he stared at Wang Lin. The terror in his eyes became even stronger. From his point of view, one time might be a coincidence, but 2 or 3 times could be explained as coincidence or intentional. But now, with every step Wang Lin took, there would be a ray of thunder coming from the Thunder Lake to support him forward. This was no longer something that could be explained as coincidence or intentional. In his eyes, this was an impossible feat. This had completely surpassed his imagination. At this moment, in his eyes, Wang Lin had become the master of all the thunder in the world. The strange actions of the Thunder Lake were clearly welcoming Wang Lin. Welcoming, that's right, it's welcoming. The shock in Shengong, whose eyes became even stronger and spread throughout his body. At this moment, his body was trembling, and an extreme sense of excitement erupted like a storm inside his body. He had waited 2 years to see a mystic ability like this. The armored thunder beast next to him suddenly raised its head. Its eyes were unfocused, and the aura of awe appeared once again. As a thunder beast, its comprehension of thunder far exceeded that of its master. At this moment, it could tell that the Thunder Lake wasn't welcoming Wang Lin, but rather, every step that Wang Lin took was landing on the veins of the Thunder Lake. Not far away, the silver-horned thunder beast that had been lying on the ground without moving its eyelids, as if it didn't want to look at Wang Lin, suddenly trembled and stood up. Its huge eyes were filled with unprecedented shock as it stared at Wang Lin. In Wang Lin's eyes, what he saw was no longer the Thunder Lake, nor was it lightning. Instead, it was faintly discernible rays of light. These rays of light occasionally flickered and occasionally disappeared. Every time his feet landed, he would land on those flickering rays of light. There was a feeling of enlightenment in his heart, as if this was the right thing to do. He took one step at a time, forgetting everything else. Shengong, whose body trembled violently, and he didn't blink. He was afraid of missing a single breath of time, and he almost couldn't believe what was happening before him. He saw Wang Lin's footsteps become faster and faster. In the end, he was only an afterimage, but every time he landed, there would always be a flash of Wang Lin. In the end, Wang Lin's body was covered in thunder, and a violent storm of thunder was set off around him. His body was like a lonely boat in the raging waves, firmly and calmly floating through the sea of thunder. Too terrifying. This is a true thunder spell. This is true thunder. The fanaticism in Shengong, whose eyes increased once more. His heart pounded like it was going to jump out of his chest. His fanaticism was several times stronger than it was 2 years ago. His reverence for Wang Lin had reached an unprecedented level. The thunder beast beside him trembled and revealed an even stronger sense of awe. Its feelings were even deeper than Shengong Hu's. To it, Zhao Jiuge was like the ancestor of all thunder. The awe that came from the depths of its soul caused it to completely submit. At this moment, even if Wang Lin asked it to attack Shengong Hu, it would obey without hesitation. The one that was even more shocked was Wang Lin's silver-horned thunder beast. It stared at Wang Lin's figure in a daze. Its heart was filled with disbelief, and it trembled from the inheritance. At this moment, Wang Lin stopped and the strange scene before him disappeared. This feeling came and went without a trace. The moment Wang Lin's body stopped, he awakened. His eyes were filled with confusion. After a long time, he gradually recovered. What had just happened had given him a deeper understanding of lightning. He knew that all of this had something to do with seeing the third step. Although this sort of enlightenment wasn't very offensive to him, it was far, far more important than any celestial spell or magical treasure. It was like an ant seeing the world of humans, seeing the majestic city, and seeing all of the inconceivable scenes. When it returned to its cave and saw the changes around it, it would suddenly feel as if its consciousness had overlapped with that of an ant. At this moment, Wang Lin was like this. When he awakened, he found that he was close to the inner part of the Thunder Lake. Although he was still very far from the center, he was no longer just a few steps away from the edge of the Thunder Lake. The thunder around him was several times denser than the edge. Each bolt of thunder contained a large amount of origin energy. Wang Lin sat down and absorbed one bolt. When this bolt of thunder entered his body, it caused Wang Lin's body to tremble. It was as if he had been hit by a powerful aura. His entire body felt numb, and even his origin soul felt like it was submerged in water. Shengong Hu withdrew his gaze. At this moment, his respect for Wang Lin had reached a peak. He had gained some enlightenment from what had just happened, and his heart was pounding. Just as he was about to sit down to meditate, he frowned. His eyes became cold as he looked at the layer of rubble in the distance. Shortly after, a ray of purple light closed in. There was a wooden sword inside the purple light, and there was a person standing on the sword. "This place is so lively," a mocking voice echoed. Chapter 728. This was a wooden sword that was completely purple and gave off a cold aura. There was also a purple light coming from it, making it look like a ray of sword energy. A purple shadow appeared outside the pool of lightning, and on top of the sword stood a man. This man looked to be in his 30s, and his face was fair without any facial hair. He was slightly handsome, but his pair of phoenix-like eyes gave off an uncoordinated sense of femininity. He was wearing a purple and gold robe that fluttered in the wind. At this moment, his gaze swept past Shengong Hu and landed on Wang Lin, who was sitting in the inner ring of the Thunder Lake. This glance caused his pupils to shrink imperceptibly, and all the hairs on his body to stand on end. The moment this person appeared, Shengong Hu's expression became gloomy. The thunder beast beside him also stood up and let out a roar. Its eyes were filled with hostility. As for the silver-horned thunder beast, it withdrew its gaze from Wang Lin and glanced at the feminine man. Its eyes were filled with disdain as it lay on the ground and began to play with the thunder beside it. The bolts of thunder were extremely obedient under its control. They moved around its body like small hands scratching an itch for it. Not far away, the celestial guard was still sitting on the boulder. It didn't even look at what was happening. Its duty was to protect its master. If anyone came and threatened its master, it would immediately act. Even if it died, it had to complete the protection imprinted in its soul. However, if it wasn't a threat, then even if that person slaughtered 100,000 people before it, it wouldn't move at all. Shingong Hu said, "Zhan Konglai." The feminine man carefully withdrew his gaze from Wang Lin in fear of causing a misunderstanding. In his view, although this person was only at the late stage of ascendant, it was simply too strange for him to be able to enter the inner ring of the Thunder Lake. Either that person had an unimaginably powerful treasure or he was hiding his true cultivation. He also saw the silver-horned thunder beast and the puppet on the boulder. The suspicion in his heart became even stronger. He must have some kind of treasure. He can't be hiding his cultivation. However, why are there two thunder beasts here? Could this person also be a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple? He thought to himself. After all, being in the inner ring of the lightning pool was an extremely terrifying thing in itself. With his peak corporeal yang cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter the inner ring. "So it's the Shingong families, Shingong Hu. I didn't recognize you before, but your cultivation level has dropped a lot." The feminine man focused his mind and looked at Shingong Hu. Shingong Hu let out a cold snort in his heart, but his expression remained the same. However, his expression was a bit gloomy as he calmly said, "This is not a place for you to stay. Why haven't you left yet?" Although he was injured and his cultivation hadn't completely recovered, with Wang Lin here, even if the Thunder Celestial Temple Master personally came, he wouldn't dare to speak like this. Shingong Hu sneered and didn't explain. He coldly said, "If you don't back down in 3 breaths, then don't even think about leaving." He was already a bit annoyed with this extremely talented person from the Zhan family. If it wasn't for the fact that their strength was similar, he would have already attacked. If this Zhan Konglai didn't know what was good for him and disturbed Senior's cultivation, then even if his cultivation hadn't recovered, as long as Senior looked at Zhan Konglai the same way Senior looked at him, he would be able to make Zhan Konglai collapse. Moreover, this person wasn't a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Although killing him would be a bit troublesome, with Senior here, it wouldn't matter. Zhan Konglai's eyes narrowed and he immediately retreated. He was a cautious person, and as he retreated, his gaze fell on Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The speculation in his heart became even stronger. Why does this Shingong Hu have the confidence to say these words? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that he is injured. Could it be that he is just putting on an act? If not, then he must have something to rely on. Could it be this junior? Zhan Konglai's thoughts quickly changed. 3 breaths of time is up. Shingong Hu grinned and stood up. Thunder immediately moved through his body and popping sounds echoed. He took a step forward and the thunder beast let out a roar as it followed closely. However, when it walked out, it subconsciously looked back at Wang Lin, who was in the depths of the Thunder Lake. The awe in its eyes was without a doubt. The thunder beast's gaze caused Zhan Konglai's heart to tremble. He knew that this was bad. Shingong Hu was cunning and knew how to disguise himself, but Zhan Konglai knew that the thunder beast was completely different. The information revealed by the thunder beast's gaze couldn't be pondered deeply. Once he pondered deeply, he would immediately obtain an answer that would shock Zhan Konglai's heart. With his cautious nature, he retreated without hesitation and tentatively shouted, "Shingong Hu, I'm open and aboveboard. If we fight here, it will inevitably affect the cultivation of your Shingong family's juniors. If you want to fight, let's go out and fight outside the asteroid field." His tone was especially focused on the word juniors. There was a flash of coldness in Shengonghu's eyes as he stepped out of the Thunder Lake and sneered. Why go through so much trouble? Here is fine. The more Shengonghu acted like this, the more confused Zhang Konglai became. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, so he would rather retreat than attack. It was clear that Shengonghu's plan was to force him to attack. When he thought about the Thunder Beast's gaze, an absurd idea appeared in Zhang Konglia's mind. His eyes lit up and his hands formed a seal. Purple lightning appeared in his hands and the purple wooden sword under his feet gave off a dense sword aura. As it roared, it fused with the purple lightning in his hands and formed a powerful pressure. There was also origin energy contained within this majesty. When he attacked, it was an origin energy spell. It was clear that Zhang Konglai was extremely cautious about this battle. Seeing that the battle was about to begin, Shengonghu raised his right hand and pointed at the sky as if he was going to summon heavenly thunder. The thunder beast beside him also let out a roar and countless bolts of thunder condensed around its body. The thunder was connected to each other, making it look extremely shocking. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes and calmly said, Shengonghu, I won't help you in this battle. Consider it a test for you to rely on me. If you fail, I'll return the soul to you. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, but he was secretly distressed. Whether it was Shengonghu or Zhang Konglai, they were not people he could fight. Once Shengonghu failed, his situation would not be good. He originally wanted to find a quiet place to cultivate, but he couldn't do it. Now that this troublemaker, Zhang Konglai, had appeared, Wang Lin thought about it and said those words. Shengonghu's body trembled and the battle intent in his eyes reached its limit. He stared at Zhang Konglai and respectfully replied to Wang Lin. Lord, rest assured, Shengonghu won't lose. Shengonghu took a deep breath, then he slapped his bag of holding and took out a bottle of pills. At this moment, Zhang Konglia's expression changed greatly. When Wang Lin spoke, he keenly saw the deep respect in Shengonghu's eyes. He almost thought he was seeing things. There was also the Thunder Beast. When the person in the inner ring spoke, its body trembled as if it was extremely afraid. In particular, the other person's words revealed that he was going to rely on Zhang Konglai. This caused Zhang Konglia's mind to tremble. If this only made him suspicious, then Shengonghu's reply shocked Zhang Konglai greatly. All the hairs on his body stood up. Lord! In the All-Heaven star system, this wasn't something that could be easily said. This was especially true for second-step cultivators, so it was very difficult for them to say it. Only after willingly relying on a powerful existence would they call the other party Lord. Zhang Konglai didn't doubt that Shengonghu was lying because all of this was simply not worth it. Shengonghu's personality was extremely arrogant. Even if this kind of person died in battle, he wouldn't humiliate his dignity. Moreover, even if the two of them fought, it would be difficult for either of them to die. At most, they would be seriously injured. Even Zhang Konglai himself wouldn't casually call someone exalted lord. This was just to avoid a life and death battle. Combined with his previous speculation, the absurd answer appeared in Zhang Konglia's mind once more. His eyes were filled with horror, as if he still couldn't believe it. Could it be? Could it be that this person didn't rely on a treasure to enter the inner ring of the Thunder Lake but hid his cultivation? If not, how could this arrogant Shengonghu rely on him and call him Lord? Zhang Konglai gasped and retreated once more. His mind quickly turned and he immediately said, Brother Shengong, don't be impulsive. A cold light flickered in Shengonghu's eyes as he crushed the pill bottle in his hand. There was only a single red pill inside, and he swallowed it. His aura suddenly became berserk at this moment. Zhang Konglai, fight me! With a roar, Shengonghu's right hand pointed at the sky and the origin energy in his body rushed out like crazy. In an instant, a dragon-like bolt of lightning descended from the endless void. This caused the Thunder Lake to fluctuate and countless bolts of lightning gathered toward Shengong Hu. When Wang Lin looked at Shengong Hu's origin energy spell, his eyes revealed a mysterious light. This spell was very powerful. It used one's own origin energy to summon heavenly thunder. It wasn't any weaker than forming a furnace with origin energy. Although it wasn't as grand as the origin energy cauldron, it was even more powerful. Jean Conglia's expression changed and he retreated once more. At the same time, his feet moved and the wooden sword flew into the air. He pointed with his right hand and the sword flashed. Purple light spread out and a violent rumble echoed. Shengong Hu's eyes were filled with battle intent. He was going to display all of his strength in this battle because his senior was watching. Tomorrow was the Dragon Boat Festival. Since it was a festival, there was no reason not to erupt. Chapter 729. He let out a roar and his right hand trembled slightly. After all, he was seriously injured. Although he had recovered slightly and was suppressed by the Thunder Celestial Temple's pills, allowing him to return to his peak in a short period of time, it was still not enough to use this lightning spell. Roaring, he clenched his jaw and waved his right hand. Instantly, the descending bolt of lightning transformed into an unimaginable heavenly might that descended upon Meng Hao. Jean Conglia's expression was gloomy and his hands quickly formed seals. He spat out a mouthful of origin energy that landed on the wooden sword. The sword immediately howled and gave off a dense sword energy as it charged at the divine retribution. When they slammed into each other, a shocking boom echoed out. The lightning collapsed and the wooden sword retreated. The residual origin power in the area was now incredibly dense. Popping sounds could be heard as the rocks in the area shattered into pieces. Jean Conglia's body trembled and he continued to retreat. His face was pale as he gloomily stared at Shengong Hu. He was also angered, and the battle intent in his eyes was ignited. Shengong Hu also retreated until he stepped into the Thunder Lake. A trace of blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Jean Congli and laughed. "I've long disliked a feminine fellow like you. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill in today's battle." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He had seen the battle just now. The battle between corporeal yang cultivators gave him a bit of insight. He couldn't block any of their origin energy spells. However, he saw some problems. Shengong Hu's origin energy spell didn't seem to be perfect. The power of the divine retribution lightning should have been stronger. After all, Wang Lin had seen the third step. When he stepped into the inner part of the Thunder Lake, he vaguely saw the law of thunder. It wasn't strange for him to see the problem with Shengong Hu's thunder spell. This kind of phenomenon would also occur in the martial arts world of the mortal world. It was like a person who did not know martial arts at all. Because he had read many secret manuals, he had a deep understanding of martial arts. Therefore, from the perspective of a bystander, he would often be able to point out the problem of his opponent's move. Even though he was able to see through it and provide pointers, he had yet to reach that level, so he was unable to use it himself. At this moment, Wang Lin was in this state. His eyes lit up and he calmly said, "Shengong Hu, your origin force spell contains the might of thunder, but it doesn't have the soul of thunder. Although your Tao heart has fused with it, it isn't enough. Your faith doesn't have the power of thunder." Shengong Hu was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard this. The head of the Thunder Celestial Temple had said this to his family elders as well. However, hearing it from Wang Lin made him even more nervous. He respectfully said, "Please teach me, my lord." Not to mention him, even Jean Congli in the distance was startled. He was leaning more and more towards the absurd speculation in his heart. Shengong Hu's problem also existed on him. The elders of the Jean family only said that one had to comprehend it on their own. This kind of thing was really hard to explain. Even they were still trying to figure it out and didn't know if what they comprehended was right or wrong. How could they teach their juniors? If it was right, it would be fine, but if it was wrong? After all, no one knew if their path was right or wrong from the true Tao. This was because they didn't know where the third step was. However, Wang Lin was different. He had seen the third step, which meant he had seen the way forward. Others didn't dare to say it because they didn't know if it was right or wrong. Even if they did say it, they weren't sure. However, Wang Lin wasn't the same. He knew that what he said was right. The scene at this moment was very strange. Shengong Hu and Zhang Konglai were still filled with battle intent, but the next moment, they both gave up fighting and looked at Wang Lin. Their gazes were different. Shengong Hu's gaze was filled with blind respect, while Zhang Konglia's gaze was filled with doubt. Wang Lin didn't continue to speak. This kind of thing couldn't be explained too clearly. If one understood, then they understood. If one didn't understand, then they would need a chance. Otherwise, they would never understand. While pondering, Wang Lin raised his right hand and casually squeezed. A ray of thunder flew into his palm. The power of this thunder wasn't strong in the eyes of Shengong Hu and Zhang Konglai. However, what happened next caused the two of them to gasp. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the thunder in his palm, and his eyes revealed a strange light. He shook his right hand, and the thunder immediately dissipated, leaving behind only a faintly discernible light. This light couldn't last for too long. In just an instant, this light collapsed and dissipated. Wang Lin closed his eyes to hide the fatigue in them. If it wasn't for the fact that this was too dangerous, he wouldn't have pretended to be mysterious. With his eyes closed, Wang Lin slowly said, "Do you understand?" Source. Return to the source. Shengong Hu's eyes shined brightly and his body trembled with excitement. He didn't hesitate to bow at Wang Lin. The respect in his eyes became even stronger, almost reaching worship. His mind suddenly became clear, as if a layer of paper had been pierced. At this moment, Shengong Hu felt like he had obtained Tao. He suddenly turned around and looked at Zhang Konglai. His eyes shined brightly and he slowly said, "You and I, let's fight again." At this moment, Zhang Konglia's scalp felt numb. His speculation about Wang Lin had reached its peak, and he no longer doubted the absurd idea in his mind. He took a few steps back and bowed at Wang Lin. He respectfully said, "Junior's name is Zhang Konglai. I didn't know Senior was comprehending here. I hope Senior can forgive me for my previous offense. Junior will leave now." He looked at Shengong Hu with envy. At this moment, he understood why Shengong Hu would rely on someone else with his arrogance. Zhang Konglia's tone was a bit sour as he clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations, brother Shengong." Shengong Hu didn't speak and coldly looked at Zhang Konglai. Zhang Konglai didn't mind and smiled. "Brother Shengong, I have already received the summons from the Thunder Celestial Temple. In the future, you and I will both be messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple. Goodbye." He bowed at Wang Lin again before turning around and leaving. Shengong Hu didn't stop him, but his eyes became cold. Wang Lin calmly asked, "What is the summons?" Shengong Hu quickly turned around and respectfully said, "The summons is a summons from the Thunder Celestial Temple. Any candidate that is chosen as a messenger of the Thunder Celestial Temple will receive a summons. 3 months before the Thunder Celestial Temple opens, the Thunder Celestial Temple will reorganize the messengers. If there is a shortage, there will be a competition among the candidates. With Zhang Konglia's cultivation, if there are no accidents, he will definitely win." Wang Lin nodded slightly and didn't speak. He closed his eyes and continued to absorb the thunder into his body and convert it into origin energy. Shengong Hu's eyes were filled with excitement. He had just gained some enlightenment, so he immediately sat down inside the Thunder Lake and began to cultivate again. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 8 years went by. Including the previous 2 years, 10 years of time had passed in a flash. The origin energy in Wang Lin's body gradually stabilized under the absorption of the Thunder Origin spell. His origin soul had reached saturation, but he couldn't absorb any more. Wang Lin understood that this was because his cultivation level wasn't high enough. Only after reaching the second step could he continue to absorb origin energy. The most important thing right now was to break through his own cultivation level. He stood up and looked at the surrounding thunder. After 10 years of contact, he had a better understanding of thunder. It was as if he could see through its origin, but it was a bit blurry. Wang Lin's body moved. He left the inner ring of the Thunder Lake and walked toward the edge. Shengong, who was sent away by Wang Lin 3 years ago. Although this person respected Wang Lin a lot, Wang Lin always felt a bit uncomfortable. Before Shengong who left, he left behind a message jade. The silver-horned thunder beast rushed over. Wang Lin sat on its back and left the Thunder Lake. The celestial guard turned into a shadow and merged with the shadow behind Wang Lin. After 10 years of absorbing thunder, the thunder beast's speed had become even faster. It charged out of the asteroid field and disappeared into the depths of the stars. Wang Lin already knew about the change in the heaven-defying bead. Not only were the souls of Li Muan, Wang Ping, and Wang Lin not affected, they became even more crystal clear. I must go to the Thunder Celestial Realm in 20 years, but right now I need to find a secret place to increase my cultivation. In addition, the change in the heaven-defying bead seems to indicate that it no longer needs the power of the 5 elements. So, what exactly do I need? Wang Lin sat on the back of the Thunder Beast and began to ponder. The heaven-defying bead was divided into yin and yang and didn't fuse with each other. This puzzled Wang Lin. Sun and moon, yin and yang. As Wang Lin pondered, the Thunder Beast flew through the stars. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a jade appeared in his hand. This was left behind by Shengong Hu. It was a star map of the entire Luo Tian southern domain. There were many places on it. With this, Wang Lin wouldn't get lost. The place before him was known as the wild land of the Luo Tian southern domain. Most of the planets here were abandoned, and there was nothing special about them. Very few powerful cultivators would come here. However, there were mortals living on these planets, and there were also some low-ranked cultivation families. I have 20 years of time to prepare for the trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Moreover, some of my spells need to be modified. A lot of my spells don't conform to what I see as the third step. If I continue to use them, I'll be walking the wrong path. In particular, the endless resentment needed for the underworld river will need to be collected as quickly as possible. Also, I should have a cultivation planet of my own in the Luo Tian star system. As Wang Lin pondered, his eyes lit up. Before him, he saw an abandoned planet that was filled with vitality. It was obvious there were a lot of mortals living there. The reason he chose this place was because it was very similar to Suzaku. He was a bit homesick. Wang Lin jumped into the air. The Thunder Beast let out a whimper as it helplessly turned into the god-slaying war chariot and flew back into Wang Lin's bag of holding. Just as he was about to charge toward the planet, Wang Lin's expression changed. The celestial sword inside his bag gave off a powerful fluctuation. This fluctuation contained a powerful aura and an ancient sword intent. Damn sword intent, your grandpa Su has finally conquered you. From now on, I'm a real sword spirit. I'm powerful. I'm really powerful. Su Ligua is a new student. Tomorrow will be very interesting. I still have to say it again. Tomorrow, 3 a.m. I'm asking for monthly votes. My goal is to get into the top 4. It's a bit difficult, but I ask fellow cultivators to give me the monthly vote. Instead of resting, I've increased the number of updates. Chapter 730. Wang Lin had a strange expression on his face as he looked down at the bag of holding. The bag of holding was emitting a strong sword will, as well as an insolent aura that seemed like it was about to burst out. Lil Lin, hurry up and release your Lord Su. Humph, let me tell you, I'm really powerful now. Su Ligua's domineering voice echoed out. The bag of holding trembled violently, as if an ancient force was about to burst out. As the force reached its peak, Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slapped the bag of holding. Immediately, Su Ligua's domineering voice weakened. Even the dense sword essence was immediately suppressed, unable to disperse. Oh? Lil Lin, I don't blame you for not understanding the situation. I'm no longer the Lil Su Ligua from years ago. I have inherited the ancient sword will. Before he could finish, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and he slapped the bag of holding again. This time, Su Ligua's voice stopped. Noisy. Wang Lin frowned and said calmly. His body flickered as he headed toward the abandoned planet. From a distance, the planet was blue, as if the ocean took up more than half of it. The life force on the planet was strong, indicating that there were many mortals. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. He was like a meteor as he charged toward the planet. Due to his fast speed, an oval-shaped light screen appeared around him. It was as if he was breaking through the void as he charged toward the planet. The astral wind layer on the planet was relatively thin, so Wang Lin directly passed through it. When he arrived above the planet, he looked down, and a dazed expression appeared on his face. This place was too similar to Suzaku. It wasn't in terms of appearance, but in terms of feeling and aura. Wang Lin spread out his immortal sense and scanned the area. There were cultivators on this planet, but the highest level was only at the nascent soul level. There wasn't even a soul formation cultivator. He was silent for a moment. He didn't secretly look for a place to hide. Instead, he scanned the area and chose the highest mountain range on the planet. He took a step forward and headed there. The Hengyun Peak was the tallest mountain on planet Qingling. Although the spiritual qi here was thin, it was extremely spectacular. When standing on it, one could see the end of the world with a single glance. It was also surrounded by clouds and mist, making it look like a celestial mountain. There were many cultivation families on planet Qingling, just like the number of mortal countries on the planet. They were densely packed on the planet, and almost every mortal country had one or two cultivation families. This strange phenomenon had a lot to do with the lack of spirit qi on this planet and the fact that there were no soul formation cultivators among the cultivators. This Hengyun Peak was where the Zhang family had the most nascent soul cultivators on planet Qingling. Normally, this was where the peak nascent soul cultivators of the Zhang family would go into closed-door cultivation before their lifespans came to an end. Over time, the originally beautiful mountain peak became barren for some unknown reason. Even the mountain breeze that blew in from afar became cold and gloomy. On this day, the Zhang family's family head, Zhang Xinhai, who had been stuck at the late stage of nascent soul for the longest time, walked up from the foot of the Hengyun Peak step by step. Every generation of people who were about to die would walk to the end of their lives like this. They would sit at the top of the Hengyun Peak and look at the world as they slowly dissipated and died. He could feel that his body was slowly weakening. He slowly walked down, one difficult step at a time, until he reached the peak. At the top of the Hengyun Peak, there was a large stone platform. The moment Zhang Xinhai stepped on it, his eyes narrowed. He looked at the person on the platform with a hint of sharpness that was about to dissipate. This was a young man wearing white. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and even his clothes flapped in the wind. He stood there, but in Zhang Xinhai's eyes, it was as if he didn't exist. He checked with his divine sense, but there was no one there. However, when he looked with his naked eye, it was extremely clear. This strong contrast caused him to take a few steps back. His expression was calm, but there was a hint of shock in it. "This place is not bad." The black-haired young man didn't look back. He looked at the horizon, at the slowly setting sun, and calmly said. It was a simple sentence that contained no divine ability whatsoever. However, when it entered Zhang Haixin's ears, it caused his weakened body to suddenly feel as if it had been infused with life. Furthermore, his status as the clan lord of the Zhang clan seemed to be suppressed by several times over. He subconsciously bowed his head, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. This was a type of aura pulling him in. Based on his experience, he knew this. Normally, mortals, even emperors, would involuntarily bow their heads in front of him because they were being pulled by his aura. At this moment, the same thing had happened to him. This could only mean one thing. In the eyes of the young man before him, he was like a mortal. It's a pity that such a peak is being used as a place of death by you all. The black-haired young man shook his head and waved his right hand. Immediately, the huge mountain trembled, and the death aura that had gathered here for countless years disappeared without a trace with a wave of his hand. The entire mountain seemed to have obtained a new life. It was like a person who had been sick for many years had suddenly recovered, and the vitality of the mountain became even stronger. Zhang Xinhai's body trembled and he stared at the scene before him in a daze. It took him a long time to recover and his face was filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Junior Zhang Xinhai greets Senior. If Senior likes this Hengyun Peak, then Junior will immediately offer it to you." Hengyun Peak. The black-haired young man was Wang Lin. He turned around and looked at Zhang Xinhai. He slowly said, "Your lifespan is about to end. Even with my power, it won't be easy to change this." Zhang Xinhai revealed a bitter smile and respectfully said, "Senior has misunderstood. Junior knows his fate and doesn't need Senior's help. To be able to meet a powerful cultivator like Senior before I die, Junior has no regret. Forget about this mountain, even if it's planet Qingling. If Senior wants, I can still give it to you." Wang Lin turned around and his right hand hit Zhang Xinhai's forehead. He formed a spell and calmly said, "I can't change your fate, but I can burn your own spirit force to increase your lifespan by 10 years. When he formed the spell, Wang Lin let out a sigh. This spell was something he could barely use after seeing the path to the third step. If he could do it back then, Li Muan wouldn't have ended up inside the heaven-defying bead. When the spell landed on Zhang Xinhai's forehead, his body trembled and he immediately felt a surge of vitality coming from his body. His face turned red and he took a deep breath. He looked at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Thank you, Senior. If Senior has any orders, Junior will do his best to do it." Since he was able to become the head of the Zhang family, he was naturally not a stupid person. He knew that there was no free lunch in this world. When he saw Wang Lin say that this mountain was not bad, he immediately gave it away without hesitation. This was because he knew that with Wang Lin's cultivation level, standing here and saying these words was already very kind. If it was someone with a bad temper, Wang Lin would have directly occupied it. If he wasn't happy, Wang Lin could even slaughter a few small cultivation families like theirs. This was too easy. Zhang Xinhai guessed that the person in front of him was not from planet Qingling and must have come from the outside world. To be able to step into space, one's cultivation level must be at least at the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin looked at Zhang Xinhai and calmly said, "I'll give you 10 years to collect all kinds of resentment from the mortals in this world. The more, the better. If you can satisfy me in the end, then as long as I'm here, your Zhang family will have an endless supply of incense. Go." As Wang Lin spoke, he waved his sleeves. All Zhang Xinhai could feel was a strong wind blowing against his face. All he could see were thick clouds and the wind whistled in his ears. When the clouds dissipated, he was already standing at the foot of the mountain. Everything that had just happened made him feel like he was dreaming. In a trance, he rubbed the spot between his eyebrows and sensed the rich life force within him. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to the mountain peak, eyes shining with excitement, and then hurried away. "I must do my best to fulfill that Senior's request." Zhang Xinhai turned into a beam of light and headed toward the Zhang family. After sending off Zhang Xinhai, Wang Lin was silent for a moment. Then he slapped his bag of holding and the Honorable Soul banner appeared. Wang Lin gently pressed down on the banner and inserted it into the ground. The banner was blown by the wind and immediately unfurled. The soul fragments flew out and surrounded the mountain. The three primary souls fused with the surroundings and the entire mountain was covered in a thick, black fog. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a powerful force came from his finger. The force landed on the mountain and popping sounds echoed as a giant cave appeared. The door to the cave was at the top of the mountain. The surrounding rocks were ferocious, making it look very spectacular. Wang Lin's right index finger gently pointed and a celestial art landed on the rock above the cave. The celestial art flickered in and out of existence and gave off a hint of pressure. After doing all of this, Wang Lin sat down in the lotus position. His divine sense spread out and swept planet Qingling once more. This time he didn't directly scan the planet but sent out a message. From today onward, this is my cultivation planet. The area within 5,000 kilometers of Hingyun Mountain is a forbidden area. Anyone who trespasses will not be forgiven. Wang Lin's divine sense was like a bolt of thunder that echoed across planet Qingling. It entered the ears of every cultivator and caused their expressions to change greatly. However, no one dared to resist. This spell that allowed his divine sense to spread across the entire planet shocked them and made them feel an unimaginable power. From this day onward, planet Qingling had a master, and this master was Wang Lin. Wang Lin was the peak existence on planet Qingling. It was just like how the blood ancestor had the power to control life and death on his blood planet. It was also like how Tian Yunzi had the status of a supreme being on planet Tianyun. I wish everyone a happy Dragon Boat Festival. When everyone is eating zongzi, don't forget to leave one in your ears. It's a holiday, but I haven't eaten yet and have been busy writing. However, seeing my wife cooking zongzi and my daughter playing with toys makes me very happy. Especially with so many fellow cultivators celebrating the festival together, I'm very happy. Today I'll continue to write. Please take a look at the monthly vote. Where is the final destination of the monthly votes list of the rebellious immortal sect? Charge, charge, charge. Chapter 731. Time flashed by and 5 years passed. All the cultivators on planet Qingling, no matter what their cultivation level was, were busy. Zhang Xinhai thought about it for a long time and decided not to hide Wang Lin's request. Instead, he spread it out and let all the cultivation families know. However, the Zhang family appeared as Wang Lin's messengers. During these 5 years, these cultivators ran around the city and collected resentment from mortals. This kind of aura existed in almost every mortal's body, but there was a difference in how much there was. There were simply too many mortals on planet Qingling. During these 5 years, they had only collected less than 40% of the resentment. Seeing that half of the time had passed, Zhang Xinhai was a bit anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Right now was already the fastest they could go. Even he himself had left the mortal world to collect resentment. His entire clan, as long as they were at the 5th level of qi condensation or higher, were sent out. During these 5 years, Wang Lin sat at the top of Hingyun Mountain refining a magic treasure. What he refined was the mountain and river screen in his origin soul. This treasure was quite damaged, but Wang Lin fused it with lightning to repair it. In addition, there was also the celestial realm mountain rock. Because it was cracked, it became unstable when he extracted the soul. Wang Lin used his origin soul to slowly repair it. As for the crown that was fused with the red butterfly and blue rose, Wang Lin studied it for a long time, but he still couldn't see through it. These 3 treasures were new. While refining them, Wang Lin took some time to combine them with what he saw in the 3rd step. He took out a very ordinary-looking treasure from his bag of holding. This item was the Soul Lasher. This whip had been with Wang Lin for a long time, so it had obvious advantages and disadvantages. Before, Wang Lin didn't care too much about it, but now he cared a lot about the Soul Lasher. Among all my Dharma treasures, in terms of sharpness, this item is inferior to the immortal sword and the curved saber. In terms of protection, it is inferior to the Honorable Soul banner and the mountain river diagram screen. In terms of divine power, it is inferior to the immortal world mountain rock and the god-slaying chariot. However, among all my treasures, this is the only one that contains the direction of the third step that I saw. Wang Lin looked at the soul lasher in his hand and muttered to himself. The whip looked extremely ordinary. Only the heavenly ghost from back then had almost been scared out of his wits when he saw it, and seemed to recognize it. Extracting the nascent soul is actually secretly in line with the Tao of essence. If it's karma, then it can be explained as the body being karmic and the nascent soul being karmic. This item is an item refined by the Tao of karma. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly as he fell into deep thought. His domain had gradually changed from the Tao of life and death to the Tao of karma. This Tao was too big, and what Wang Lin had touched was only the tip of the iceberg. However, just this alone was enough for him to feel its majestic aura. With my current understanding of the karma domain, it's not enough to materialize the life and death reincarnation scroll. However, now that I have seen the direction of the third step, I can use some tricks. As Wang Lin's right hand rubbed the soul lasher, his eyes became brighter and brighter. He thought of a method to use the soul lasher to materialize the karma domain before it could materialize. This would allow him to make sufficient preparations for his trip to the Thunder Celestial Realm. If I use the soul lasher to replace the karma domain, I should be able to succeed. As Wang Lin pondered, he made a decision in his heart. If it was anyone else, they would have hesitated for a long time and still wouldn't be able to make a decision. This was because they didn't know if this action was correct or if it would interfere with the existence of the karma domain. However, Wang Lin was different. He had clearly seen the path of the future. He knew that although this would affect the karma domain, it wouldn't affect it too much. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he picked up the soul lasher. He shook the whip and it immediately emitted cracking sounds that were crisp and seemed to be able to shake the mind. I'll use you as the treasure for my karma domain. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. He placed the whip on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to refine it. Fusing one's domain into a treasure required a connection between the mind and the soul. Time often passed without leaving any traces. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter cycled several times. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years went by. Wang Lin had lived on planet Qingling for 8 years. During these 8 years, he had never left the mountain. In fact, aside from Zhang Xinhai, no one else on planet Qingling had seen Wang Lin. However, the name of the master of Hingyun Peak, the ancestor of planet Qingling, became more and more important in the hearts of all the cultivators on the planet. In particular, the thick black fog outside the Hingyun Peak caused all the cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, there were some cultivators who had cultivated too much and recklessly charged into the black fog. They were prepared to challenge the dignity of the so-called ancestor of planet Qingling. The moment these people stepped into the black fog, they were immediately devoured by it. Only miserable screams echoed across the world, warning all the cultivators not to enter. As for mortals, it wasn't that troublesome. When they saw the black fog, they knew this place was filled with danger, so no one dared to enter. Even if someone lost their way and walked in, Wang Lin wouldn't commit suicide. The soul flag contained Wang Lin's divine sense, so it would naturally knock them out and send them thousands of miles away. During these 3 years, Wang Lin calmly refined his treasure, but the only thing that made him feel noisy was Su Ligua. He didn't know how this person had broken the seal on Wang Lin's bag of holding. Although he still couldn't come out, he kept shouting. On this day, the soul lasher on Wang Lin's knees had slightly fused with his domain. It was even easier to control than using divine sense. At the same time, it had also fused with the changes of karma, making the whip even more powerful. However, at this moment, the discordant voice appeared again. "Little Lin, do you dare to let your grandpa Sue out? Now that I'm powerful, you don't dare to let me out, right? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I've already thought it through. From now on, you can follow me and we'll switch identities. From now on, I'll be your master." Su Ligua's arrogant voice became more and more domineering. Wang Lin frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew time was of the essence and he didn't want to waste it on Su Ligua, he would have already taught him a lesson. At this moment, not only did this Su Ligua not understand, he became even more arrogant. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He slapped his bag of holding and coldly said, "Get the hell out here! Hey, how dare you talk to your grandpa Su like this? Little Lin, don't you understand the situation? I'm no longer the Su Ligua from back then." As Su Ligua's voice echoed, a cloud of black mist rose up from his bag of holding. This black mist exuded a sharp sword energy that rushed out and fused with the mist to form the image of Su Ligua. The moment he appeared, he let out a wild laugh and shouted, "I, Su Ligua, have my day. Haha, the heavens have pity on me, I've finally made it." Wang Lin coldly looked at Su Ligua and didn't say anything. After Su Ligua finished laughing, he looked down at Wang Lin with a fierce gaze. At this moment, he had returned to his arrogant self from back then. As he charged out, his body rapidly shrank and turned into a large sword in the air. This sword looked exactly like a celestial sword. As it charged out, a ray of sword energy howled like crazy. It contained an ancient sword intent that was extremely shocking. As he charged out, it was as if he could shatter the void. He closed in on Wang Lin in an instant. Wang Lin's gaze was still cold. As Su Ligua closed in, his body didn't move, but the soul lasher on his knees flew up. A strange aura came from it and covered everything within 1,000 feet of the mountain. This aura contained an unimaginable power. It was as if everything within 1,000 feet had been isolated, and it was filled with a majesty that could make anyone collapse. Su Ligua felt it the most. He let out a cry of surprise, and the large sword he had turned into became unstable. However, an even more powerful sword energy came from the large sword he had turned into. It was clear that he was going to resist the attack head-on. At this moment, Wang Lin's voice slowly echoed. "Nothing in this world can escape karma. Karma is everywhere, and karma is everywhere." The soul lasher moved, and with a bang, it was as if the door to fate had been opened. The head and tail of the soul lasher intertwined, forming a complete circle. The large sword that Su Ligua had turned into fell into the circle and quickly disintegrated. "Karma is the origin of all karma." Wang Lin's voice rose and fell once more. The disintegration of the large sword was completed in an instant. It turned into a thick, black mist, and Su Ligua's face appeared. His face was filled with horror, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. "Master, Master, I was wrong. Little Su was wrong. I was really wrong this time. Spare me this time, spare me this time." Su Ligua immediately begged. His voice was extremely miserable and shocking. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at the circle formed by the soul lasher. Su Ligua's black fog was quickly disappearing. He said calmly, "Your ancient sword intent was obtained because of me. Therefore, the karma also belongs to me." Su Ligua was horrified to find that the black fog was disappearing even faster. A sense of danger suddenly rose up in him, scaring him out of his wits. He immediately begged, "Master, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Besides, if you hadn't refined me into a demon, I wouldn't be here today. Isn't that right, Master? Isn't this karma?" Su Ligua said anxiously. He could feel that he was about to completely disappear. The regret in his heart had already taken over his entire body. "Of all the things I shouldn't have done, I shouldn't have provoked this fiend. In all these years, I've never succeeded once. Suligua, Suligua, why don't you remember? This person is old Demon Wang. He's even more of a demon than me. Suligua wanted to slap himself. Wang Lin smiled and said slowly, that's your karma, not mine. Today's 3 chapters are not 9,000 words, but 10,000 words. Continue to write and try to submit the 3rd chapter before 6 p.m. Begging for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.